I'm Seamus. Thank you so much for coming.
You've got a great cause worth fighting for. I couldn't wait to get here. That said, I expected, well, more people?
So far, there's only the two of us.
But we're highly motivated.
Well, it's a start.
Some people I knew already were dear friends of mine, like little gray cells, and just my stupid opinion.
Lots of interesting things. This is absolutely abominable, and the RCMP are really in the shit here, and they know it.
Hi, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here, but I think it's time that I needed to speak up.
The following program is brought to you in living color.
Something watching on TV, horror movie, you shut it off a good bit. We can't shut this off. Every time we close our eyes, the horror movie turns on. So I know for myself, when I close my eyes, go try to go to bed, picture my parents being shot.
Trying to piece together a story that seems so unbelievable.
Let's have a look at this. I'm going to pause it periodically, and I'm going to try and not lose my shit because I was really angry. Really angry. I'm getting really pissed now. I'll preface this by saying I'm strongly urging all of the victims in this, the victims' families, to launch a class action lawsuit against the RCMP. And I would just love to have the RCMP under discovery. I have a lot of questions, and I'm sure a lawyer would too.
Canadian Mounted Police and their stories. Stories of their courage. Stories of their lives filled with hazard, romance, and adventure. The RCMP story this week, Gunslinger.
Oh my goodness, how many windows do I have open? Okay, well, you got the notification anyway. I just got your message, so... Just breaking news. Breaking news. How's everybody doing today? Yeah, anyways, I just interrupt you, so how do you interrupt a text anyway? I don't know. I hate text. Anyway, you can always send text to people you don't like. You know, hey, how's it going? You don't really mean that, do you? I don't know. Some people do that. Okay. I'm not like that. Wow. Too many coffee cups dinging in the house. Good afternoon. Down on the East Coast, it is now 12:19. You guys having a good day down there? Weather nice? Dave, Mark Evans, Darlene Sinclair, good day. Caper, how's it going? Ginger Vlogs. Are you a ginger? Lots of gingers have good senses of humor, good sense of humor. Good senses, no, improper English. Good sense of humor. Very good sense of humor. Most of them. Taking a lot of shots, usually in life. Mandy Upshaw. Hi. But in the background as usual. Okay, well, glad you could join. Kendall. Blue Nose. Caught you at lunch. There you go. I'm not going to take much of your time, I don't think. Linda. I am a ginger, and I have a ginger daughter. Send help. Oh, see? It's the sense of humor. I don't know. I think it comes with the color of hair. Nikki Lewis. How's it happening? Too many gingers together gets dangerous. Oh, is that so? Down by the bay. What happens when there's too many gingers together? Just it's like too many hens in the house. Does it get a little wild? I don't know. I don't think I've been around a ginger convention ever before. I'll have to talk to Todd and see. He knows all about that. 2 kids and 1 grandkid ginger. Wow. I have a freckle for every soul that I've stolen. Oh, wow. Are you a soul stealer? That doesn't sound good. Or are you, what is that? I don't know. Okay. Now there was just breaking news. Where do you get it from? You get it from 2 places right now. There'll be more articles coming, I'm sure. How do I want to do this? We may have a guest stop by. Do I have to share the audio? Yes, I do. Okay. And that screen. Okay. There we go. Global news. Bringing you the news. Is one. And Elizabeth McMillan over at CBC also did a little tweet about it. And I was saying on the phone, I got kind of a little bit of a bird somewhere told me about something happening. And I was like, oh, damn it. When I was setting up my video for this, the tweet came out. I'm like, Elizabeth beat me to the punch. She's just too speedy. I consider myself a soulless wonder because they say gingers have no souls. Aw, I don't think that's true. Good day, Cheryl. How's it happening? Okay, so it's not a terribly long article. I'm sure it will be elaborated on. Oh dear. There's our great archivist, super person. Down below, links. Click on them, please. I should stick in the group into the. I just do a copy pasta. Sorry, I'm not a big typer for the Facebook group, but please subscribe to the people down below. They're doing hard work, even though the numbers don't reflect it. They try and throw us into the void. Doesn't matter. Lie about numbers. It's okay. But Oh Dear does fantastic work, right? I think there we go, right? Something like that. And her channel's down below. Of course, Steve and Adrian and Kage. I haven't talked to any of them in a long time, but maybe, just maybe, there may be something coming up. You never know what's going to happen. Let's get to the article. Brother of Nova Scotia gunman's common law spouse pleads not guilty to providing ammo. By Carla Rennick. Posted a few minutes ago. Okay. Excuse me. Maybe we can watch that. I don't know. Oh, the final podcast episode. Yeah, I'm going to watch that if you don't mind. Tara's talking about the final podcast and all of her research. Loved it. Let's hear what she's got. Brother of Gabriel Wortman's common law spouse has pleaded not guilty to charges of providing ammunition in what led to the death of 23 people. Didn't mention that last night. I'm actually going to mention that article today because there's so many things, but I really hope that it was a very difficult video for me to make, because I don't want to aggravate anybody or cause any hasty judgment on anybody or in particular. Just bring some facts to light, and then we can talk about it and get things sorted out. Hopefully that's the way to do things, right? Common discourse. Monday morning, 64-year-old James Blair Banfield entered a not guilty plea through his lawyer, Michelle James. Banfield did not appear in court. Banfield, alongside 52-year-old Lisa Diana Banfield, 60-year-old Brian Brewster, maybe Brian doesn't have a middle name, I don't know, is facing a charge. So none of these people have been convicted, and that's always important to say. They're just being charged at this point in time. Providing ammunition to the Nova Scotia gunman. That would be Gabriel Wortman. He is facing one charge and is accused of providing .223 Remington caliber cartridges and 40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridges. I always find it interesting about how they're so specific about everything on this one. It's not like .223 cartridges. It's not just providing ammunition. There's something, I think, to that all. But maybe it's just me. I'm kind of anal. I think the actual ammunition on some cases may be interchangeable on weapons, which makes it more difficult to trace, possibly. Of course, those, I don't think family members, I'll put it that way, I don't think that family members have been really told, to the ones that I have spoken to. And again, that is just a small group. So I can't ever say anything definitively, but say everybody. But the ones I have spoken to that have chosen to share those details with me, I don't believe that they've ever indicated anything to do with ballistics. Very scant on details, let's say it that way. Brewster is facing one charge and is accused of providing .223 Remington caliber cartridges. Lisa Banfield is accused of providing .223 caliber cartridges and 40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridges, as well as providing .223 Remington cartridges. Sorry? Lisa Banfield is accused of providing .223 Remington caliber cartridges and 40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridges, as well as providing .223 Remington cartridges. I suspect we're going to see an update on this article. I believe, I'm 3,006. I've been waiting for a long time. Maybe they don't want me archiving anymore. Went down one. There we go. Maybe by this afternoon it will be archived. Possibly. This afternoon, my time. Okay, so that's the story pretty much. Charges relate, my apologies. Charges relate to the offenses that occurred between the 17th day of March, St. Patrick's Day, and 18th day of April. Okay, so the day of. The day of. Wow. A lot of things happen very quick succession here. Unlawfully transferred ammunition, according to December 2020 statement from the RCMP. Not an interview or anything, no, just a written piece of paper. Your piece of paper, you bought it. Hell, you bought this news article too, with your tax dollars. In April 2020, Wortman went on a 13-hour murderous rampage in rural Nova Scotia, killing 23 people and burning several homes to the ground. According to RCMP, investigation concluded that Wortman's ex-girlfriend, Lisa Banfield, and two men had no, quote, no prior knowledge of the gunman's actions on April 18th and 19th. Well, 18, what is this? Maybe I'm just 18. This is just, of course, an accusation in court, but interesting. April 18. Don't know anything about it. Don't know about the abuse. Know about the abuse, but transfer ammunition. Yeah, okay. James Banfield's trial was scheduled for 3 days, starting January 24th. Starting on January 24th, 2022, with a pre-trial scheduled for June 17th, 2021 at Dartmouth Provincial Court. Who's Alexander Kwan at the end of the day? Because he's and I'm not familiar with him. All right, so interesting. That would be the end of the article. Look at the date. We've got the speedy trial thing going on here. I wonder, do you think that they want people just kind of forget, drag it on for a long time? Do you think that's just possible? Scheduled? Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's like picking certain dates, you know, releasing things, and then certain press articles come out, and sometimes people know things ahead of time, and I don't know. Interesting dates. All right, so can I post the link? Absolutely. Sorry, my apologies. My apologies. Here we go. Paste. Is this still... There we go. I'm moving up in line. Rocketing to the top. I don't think they like me now anymore. Well, not everybody has to like you in this world, do they? When will the RCMP be charged? Well, it's hard. This is the thing. They like to have entities or big groups and things like that, because then, well, who is that exactly? Is that a person? Can't really do anything too much about an entity. It's very hard to attack in terms of, what is it, the elephant? Yeah, the elephant analogy. Mike McNeil, how's it going? I couldn't even read it. Pisses me off. What are you referring to? Not surprising. I can't wrap my head around all of this. It defies logic. That's the point. That's the point. Logic makes it clear. Disinformation muddies the waters. Shiny things and distraction techniques there to mess things up. Silencing techniques there to keep the story from going out. Dragging it out indefinitely also there to lose interest. Eventually people will throw all kinds of other things at you. I don't know what cat video they're going to put out next or something. Nothing on cats. Cats are nice. Okay, so we've got the link out there. Interesting dates. Let's just hear what you have to say here. Of course, all your great comments. Thanks very much, of course, as always, to you in the Discord. Very helpful. Keeping it alive. Yeah, hope you guys are all taking good care of yourselves too, because somebody phoned me and said I'm not getting enough sleep. I hope I don't look that bad on camera. That's not true. I'm still, the coffee keeps you going. Coffee and cigarettes, right? And of course, many thanks to you guys who watch and tell people what you learn. Very important. Now, I'm still waiting on maybe a special guest. What's going down? Did they pass along a polygraph? Did they pass a polygraph that indicates that they had no prior knowledge? Interesting. Who was the polygraph guy? Yeah, I forget his name. Who's been in there questioning Carpenter and 1 year together. Coming up, eh? This mug will come in handy. One year together. Sadly, it's not the most joyous thing to be married to for a year, but hello, Linda. Now, speedy trial. Speedy silent trial. No coverage in the background. Let's see what Tweeties, if Tweeties has updated anything. We did have a little tweet from maybe something has evolved here in the last little bit. Nope, not looking like. Let's put on top. Okay, here we go. We did get some stuff here from Nicole Chronicle Herald Monroe. Nicole Monroe. So let's have a look at what she is saying. Is that today? Oh no, that's old. Breaking news. I guess it's just too speedy. I know Elizabeth McMillan did post about it. No, it's not here. She got any more updates for us? Elizabeth McMillan. Or the birds very speedy. Perhaps the press beat them to the punch. Elizabeth McMillan. With the check mark. Nope. We just have one tweet about that. We'll give it a love. James Banfield, along with sister and brother-in-law, charged with unlawfully giving the Nova Scotia gunman ammunition, has pleaded not guilty. Case will go to trial next year. At Paul R. Palmater covered Dartmouth Provincial Court this morning. I looked at his feed. There was nothing there. So let's try and see if there's anything else while we're waiting, and we'll get to some more comments from you and feedback. More technical issues I'm hearing people are having. Very interesting. Oh, I need to always turn on my notifications on my damn phone because certain family members, for some reason, aren't allowed to comment or use live chat. Not sure quite how that has worked out to be. Okay, I just have the interrupting person. Well, yeah, interrupt yourself. Now, let's try James Banfield again. Let's see if we get something recent. Okay, we got Times Now. Actually, looks like they were first. I'm not sure who this is. They've got all kinds of junk on their screen. Who's this coming from? Tom Tidgewell from the, we'll drop that in there and we'll put that into the archives. Maybe you guys can archive faster than I can. I would think maybe. Is this part of Reuters? Who is this exactly? Times Now? Don't know. Anyway, we'll archive it. Where am I at here? Nova Scotia gunman's inner spouse brothers plead not guilty to providing ammunition. Not sure what that means. There we go. The photo, staging photos. Gabriel Wortman's inner spouse. I think that this is some kind of transfer. Yeah. See, this is gotta watch your language is not very good here. Okay. Interesting. Looks like it's a copy pasta of the article here. For some reason, it came out first, though. That's rather interesting. 85 minutes ago. Let's see if they've updated it. Copy. Paste. Maybe we'll get some more details. Maybe they'll correct the English. About the supplying 223. No, we're still going to get the 223 stuff. All right. So let's get to some of your comments here, and I'll play that, and then hopefully our guest will join us. I don't know where they are. Do you see the ex-girlfriend? No, absolutely. I don't think anybody's seen him. 4-minute, 18-second video. I don't know that fellow. Sorry. I love how they didn't charge Alan Wortman with supplying with RCMP uniform. I'm looking into this a little bit deeper now. I'm not... Alan Wortman, it would have been... Chris Wortman was my initial thought, but I think it might be somebody else. But we're looking into that, so we'll go on. But absolutely, why is that person and their statement conflicts also in the warrants? Conflicting statements. Not unusual in this story. Guilty, not guilty. Maybe they need some of their own firearms too, for their own firearms too. Well, in order to purchase ammunition, you have to have a PAL. So, I don't know. Hello, Glenn. Love how Sarah Ritchie can use Neil's info that cannot be verified, but refuse to use other people's statements. Sounds kind of like most of the media. But, you know, it's just kind of a pick and choose, but who pays the piper in all these, right? People are always like, CBC is the one that's... No. All the media gets paid. Vardy. There you go. Yes. Lie detector Vardy. Thank you. Carpenter is interesting. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. We need to maybe look at the carpenter a little more. They did discuss charging this person with conspiracy to commit murder, and a lot of details rolled out of this person, which is unusual. But high playtime, possibly. They are prolonging court dates, hoping that people will forget, lose interest, and oh, that happened years ago. What happened here? You got a cat video. Bachelorette's coming on. Listen to the first minute of Sarah Ritchie, and you can tell it's going to be complete BS. Okay, excellent. We will listen to it. Thank you. Oh dear. Prolonging court dates here is normal here. In the middle of the COVID, empty schedules, lots of people being let out. I don't know. I liked how Beijing said that. I don't know. I want it now. And then, poof, he's gone. You have something to do with older stories. Unreal. She used the big stop witness when there were dozens of cops there. Notice she did not mention about the other shots heard when the driver was pulling away. We need to connect at some point here. Soon. I think all the court dates get prolonged when pleading not guilty. That's a pretty long, I mean, what are we talking about? A year? Wow. And it's what, already, that would be almost a year and almost a year and a half from the initial charge date. 3,620. Oh, so they don't like you either. Well, do remember to archive. Archiving, very important. Things change, even though they delete them and stuff like that. What is an inner spouse? I don't know. It's like an inner ear. Bad translations. That's what that's all about. Seamus, your video yesterday, very honest and eye-opening. Thank you for enlightening real agenda of some of these groups. Like I said, I just want to present some evidence. There's more, but I don't think it would be beneficial to go through any of that at this point in time. But it's out there, it's public record, and I'm not pointing fingers. I don't want to point fingers. I hated doing that video. It's been on my mind since summertime last year. Now, I did want to talk about the mention of 23. 23 was mentioned in the Big Dog. Did I have that in here? Let's see if it's in here. Okay, I had it. I could have sworn I had it. Let's see here. It's up there in the Big Dog radio station down there. iHeartRadio, Big Dog. iHeartRadio, Big Dog. Big Dog up there in Truro, isn't it? Gosh, I don't even know radio stations in my hometown. Good luck to that person who's playing bingo. Enjoy. Hope you win. iHeartRadio, Big Dog, 23. Let's see if we can get ahead. Now, why I want to discuss this is because it is the first mention in media of just got your tweet. Different video. Yes, it is. Okay. So we'll look at this article. Very interesting to look at these things. Big dog up in Truro, over in Truro. I don't know how you want to say that. Nova Scotia mass shooting remembrance service planned 1 year after gunman's rampage. April 9th. Canadian Press. Okay. So this is going out to multiple institutions. It doesn't really matter. CTV puts stuff in the paper, and you know they all share stuff around now. Same papers, even different papers, different. What do they call them? Staff at the top. I forget. Different titles on the papers. Obviously, same articles, same journalists. It's a whole bunch of junk, by and large. But watching it is always very interesting. So we'll look at this because this article comes up somewhere else. Other places. Family members of victims of the Nova Scotia mass shooting are expected to gather in a Truro, Nova Scotia church. I didn't know that this was in a church, but I guess maybe this is moved because originally it was a walk. I didn't know that there was a church part to it, but maybe that's changed. Not sure, or we can find out, I'm sure. On April 18th, to remember lost relatives a year after the tragedy. Excellent, excellent. The closed event, which was organized by volunteers with a non-profit society, is scheduled to be live streamed. I'm not sure if that's just because people who aren't in attendance, or then they can say more family came. Not so sure. I don't want to say. I don't know if that's for the public or what's going on there. You never know who's watching that, right? A gunman killed 23 people. I heard there was some pressure, possibly, or maybe some people who know people, and that's why this was on there. I don't know. Including a pregnant woman in a shooting and burning rampage that started in the middle of the night, April 18th, 2020, and continued for 13 hours before he was killed by an RCMP officer at a gas station, Nova Scotia. In addition to the church service, the Nova Scotia Remembers Legacy Society, a group that is working to create permanent memorial site, for those who died, is holding a memorial run and walk the same day. The full marathon will start in Port-a-Pic, coastal community about 40 kilometers west of Truro, where the 51-year-old gunman, Wortman, took 13 lives before escaping the area, continuing his killing in Nova Scotia. A news release from the society says funds raised from the run will go towards a permanent memorial in the future. Now, I believe that's it. And we got the Butterfly Project Mockingbird. Okay, now, those of you who know what that is will understand what I'm referring to. Let's look at for this article. Here we have it here, Canadian Press, right? Let's see. CTV Atlantic. Seems to have it. Okay. Nova Scotia mass shooting remembers service planned 1 year after gunman's rampage. Canadian Press. Same people, same title. April 9th, 3 o'clock, Atlantic time. What do we have over here? So it's about the same time. I think this is time adjusted for me, my IP. Okay, now, here we have the picture and such. Family members of the victims of Nova Scotia mass shooting are expected to gather in Truro, Nova Scotia Church on April 18th to remember their lost relatives 1 year after the tragedy. Wonderful. The closed event, which was organized by volunteers with a nonprofit society, is scheduled to be live streamed. A gunman killed 22 people. A gunman killed 23 people. 22 people. 23. Why is this an issue? Including a pregnant woman shooting and burning rampage that started. The point is that I'm trying to say is verbatim, meaning exactly. The article is identical, 100%, except for that number. Let's see what else we've got here. We've got Yahoo News. Not sure where they're plugging that from. Yahoo News, I don't know. It's just the Canadian press. We've got the same thing. Okay, we've got killed 22 people. Same article. Okay. Canadian press. Same release date, roughly. Actually, it seems like they may have gotten it faster. A little bit, 10 minutes. Interesting. I guess Canadian press goes over there. You know, you can archive these things too, but that will take, I think I already did anyway. But what's happening there? What's going on? Oh, okay. Seems like my screen just froze there for a moment. Go and grab this. I took a nice handy dandy screenshot of it too. Hopefully it won't disappear. And there you go. Because I think it's rather interesting to note that they always want to say the 22. I don't believe the Globe and Mail article will be the same, is it? Hey, Michael Tutton wrote this article. Permanent Memorial, Nova Scotia may take years to complete. Volunteers say. Updated 23 hours ago. Creating a memorial for those killed in Nova Scotia mass shooting is a delicate task at a time when families continue to grieve and communities are reluctant to revisit horror. So this is totally a different article. Working, as I say, volunteers working on the project. We're all just getting started here. It's quite a process. Case Van Hope, a board member of the Nova Scotia Remembrance Legacy Society, said in an interview Thursday, the local antique dealer was standing in front of the former church that he owns in Portapique, where the first impromptu arrangements of flowers, which was very beautiful, and he took care of all that, and very wonderful, paper hearts and laminated photos were placed after the deaths, tragic murders. April 18th and 19th, the tributes were removed in September, with some being passed on to families. Van Hope, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, sir. I don't wish to be mispronouncing your name, and thank you ever so much for that wonderful memorial. And I heard he did the uptake on it and everything. Wow. Was taking a moment from helping to organize a run that will start nearby 1 year to the date after the shootings began, initial step towards raising money for a permanent site. Quote, it would be a nice, quiet, secluded place, clean and well-kept, some gardens, nicely landscaped, with a little corner where you can be by yourself, he said. He first came involved immediately after the mass shooting as part of a group of local citizens who created a tribute video, and that group gradually formed into a nonprofit legacy society. I don't know about gradual on that, Mr. Tutton, but again, their documents seem to indicate otherwise. This week, as first anniversary of 13-hour rampage by a gunman, Wortman, disguised as RCMP officer, the remembrances are less formal. Being Sunday, society has invited people to take a quiet walk through a wooded trail in Victoria Park in Truro, which I've heard is quite nice. They have things, but again, different places for different people in your grief, wherever you're at. If you're seeking justice, I think probably somewhere else you might want to be. But of course, it's very important to honor these people. Pay tribute for the 23 people killed, including a pregnant nurse who was murdered in her car about 20 kilometers from the park. On the morning of April 18th, a closed service, so it is going to be a service, it sounds like, for families, is planned in Truro with broadcasters live streaming the event. That seems like, unless I'm reading this wrong and understanding it wrong, if it's a closed service, they're broadcasters live streaming. It could be totally wrong on that one. It could just hopefully be for families only, and it's kind of a sealed event. But I suppose if you want to show things, I don't. Anyway, I don't maybe understand. In a separate event, some family members have said that they will be participating in a peaceful march in Bible Hill. Nova Scotia RCMP headquarters to express their concerns over the federal police force's handling of the case. We'll drop this link in. So, of course, this makes reference to, excuse me, what is going to happen on the 18th, Bible Hill, 1 p.m. at the Foodland. And I do hope that you all can attend. I'm still waiting. I don't know what the hell is going on here. Let's see here. Oh my. Oh. Wow. Okay. Real life may have interrupted. We'll see. Give me 1 second here. In a separate event, we'll just reread this because it's pertinent. In a separate event, some family members have said that they will be participating in a peaceful march, Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, RCMP headquarters to express their concerns over federal police force's handling of the case. The Mounties have declined all comment, citing the upcoming public inquiry into the shooting. Jenny Kierstead, sister of Lisa McCauley, a neighbor of the gunman who was the first killed in Portapique, to our understanding from what the RCMP have recounted, said in a recent interview she hopes the formal memorial site will provide some solace in the years to come. The 48-year-old Halifax resident, who is chairwoman, my apologies. I just speak old speak. I don't, I'm so used to that, ingrained in our culture. Old people. The 48-year-old Halifax resident, who is the chairwoman of the Society's anniversary committee, said after a period of numbness and denial passed, the loss has been hitting harder in recent weeks. Yes, terrible time for all these families. Awful. Quote, it's a veil, like a veil has been lifted, reality revealed. And I'd say the last few months have been the hardest because of that, she said. Quote, 6 months ago, I said to myself, I can either succumb to this darkness or I could reach for the light, she said, referring to why she started working on the memorial project. Vandenhoek said the site selection will have to be approached with caution and include consultation carried out by third parties who have experience dealing with grief. Quote, it's so emotional and so many people are at so many different stages of grief, which is absolutely 100% right. This will probably take a few years, he said. Tom Taggart, a municipal councillor who represents Port-Pick area, said local residents don't want a memorial site. Local residents don't want a memorial site close to the initial scenes of the shootings and arsons. Is it arsons? Is that a word? I don't know if it's plural. I think it is arsons. Anyway, maybe I've just got that wrong. Quote, it doesn't mean they don't want a respectful memorial, but it needs to be properly cited and properly managed for sure. They don't want their little community to become a tourist destination, which I really hope is not the case. This is not a rubbernecking, or this is a really tragic event for all that have been involved, all people involved. And even as just a citizen, it's really horrible. And that's why there's so many of you great people, and obviously all of you who have been really pushing this story. And frankly, I think we all know that if that probably hadn't happened, this would have gone into the nether regions, and maybe you'd get some articles here and there, but they'd probably be, just the same propaganda. Taggart said in an interview last week, quote, they don't want Port-a-Pic to be known for this. Joy Laking, a painter who lives across the river, scenes of violence, was friends with 3 of those who died, and she still feels depressed. I remember her interviews on Power and Politics, I think it was, with, what's her name? Vashi Kapelos. She still feels depressed by the events a year ago. Oh, yes, there was that interesting tweet, too. The blueberry field painting, which actually was just the Port-a-Pic River. Who made that? Oh, Maclean's magazine, I forget. Somewhere in my files. She still feels depressed by the events of a year ago. She said in an interview at her Port-a-Pic studio, it's time to think quote, outside the box about a memorial, suggested an oceanside park where people can go on quiet walks to remember the victims. Quote, in my opinion, shoreline access would be better than any monument, Laking said. Quote, I'm not one for solid memorials. I think just plant a tree. Heather Sparling, a professor of ethnomusicology. Wow, that's a new one. I've been to school for a few years and post-secondary, maybe just a few. Ethnomusicology, study of culture and social aspects of the people who make it. It encompasses distinct theoretical and methodical approaches to emphasize cultural, social, material, cognitive, biological, and other dimensions or contexts of musical behavior in addition to the sound component. Wow. Okay. Learn something new every day. Ethnomusicology at Cape Breton University, who researches memorial sites. Sorry? Well, I didn't know there were people that researched memorial sites. I suppose there are. This doesn't seem very much like it. Music. And memorial sites. Memorial sites. It must maybe just a side hobby, I don't know. Said it's not uncommon for memorials to take time after incidents of such as mass shooting. And in early years, raw emotions may slow things down. Well, hopefully the community then can come to the forefront and help out with this one, because if it's emotional stuff that's holding back, probably would be good to have a place where everybody can gather right away, I would think. She notes plans to memorialize the 2012 Sandy Hook elementary school shootings in Newtown, Connecticut, where 26 died, are just coming to fruition, with a proposal going forward for a 2-acre site that includes nature walk to a reflection pool with a sycamore tree growing at the center. Wow, okay. 9 years in. Interesting. And going to tie in a... Okay, anyway, formal memorialization has always been challenging because there are questions about who will be memorialized and where it goes, she said. I do hope it will be 23, otherwise that would be a bit of an issue. But I'm sure that the families will all have a say on that, right? Ideas for memorial sites that would be a good panel to have, consultation panel with families. Ideas for memorial sites that include more active spaces such as gardens, bandstands, and walking labyrinths, which Kierstead said the Legacy Society Committee is considering, are all becoming more common, Sparling said. Bandstands. My sense is that when somebody dies who we love, quote, our greatest fear is that the person's memory is erased from this earth, and we desire, ellipsis, that the legacy lives on, that their legacy lives on, she said. Obviously, it would be the justice thing is being erased from the memory. Slowly, or they're attempting to do that. This is a very ongoing, common tactic, very common tactic with the RCMP. Not going to happen this time. Not going to happen. We've got billboards in Toronto. Congrats, everybody over here. That's you. That's you. That's all you. You know that, right? It is. I've watched this game for years. I know. It wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. And the families, of course. Obviously. Co-creating a space where there's a feeling something beautiful and meaningful has been left for others to use. This is something I'm noticing more and more. Excellent. I do hope that justice is also a part of that. Very much a part of that. Oh, there we go. Oh, ran away. We do have our guest. There was a... Here we go. Hello. Uh-oh. You have earphones? And your microphone seems to be muted. Wow, there's no audio. Hello? Whoa. Is anybody else getting Mickey Mouse voice for Tara? You want to say something? Can you talk a little bit more? Okay. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to mute your microphone and I'm going to give you a call because they've messed with the tech. I think it looks like there's a little bit of potato internet going on there, but I've never heard a Mickey Mouse voice coming through. That's a new one. Wow. It's just like the ethnomusicology. I've learned a new one today too. Mickey Mouse voices. Okay, I'm calling you. We'll just work around that one.
Hello.
Hello.
How about now?
No Mickey Mouse voice.
Square, you know, other than a dead mouse is the only one I like.
Dead mouse?
It's Mickey Mouse and dead mice.
Is everything okay now?
Don't even ask.
Okay, I won't.
Yeah. No,
So
it's yeah. It's been a fucking week. Is it over yet? No, it's not. It's just Monday.
Well, I think things will ramp down maybe a little bit after the one year, which I'm hoping we can talk about. I just read Michael Tutton's article.
Was that Michael Tutton's article? So, okay, go ahead. I talked to him the other day.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one I was telling you about that was eating while I was on the phone with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's the one who said a few certain things that were also said somewhere else. And I was like, oh, look at you.
Well, this article seems to be, I don't know how many paragraphs we got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 25 paragraphs. The Justice March on Bible Hill got 1 paragraph. Your name did not get mentioned. We did have mention of Joy Laking. We had mention of, sorry?
I don't know who that is.
That's a journalist, an artist who lives she lives in the Portapique area. I'm not exactly sure where, but it sounds like she lives on the other side of Portapique River. There was a very interesting tweet, not to try and distract things, but maybe you can, while I'm looking for that, you can tell us about what you think of the fact that I think there's 4 people's names mentioned there. Your name isn't mentioned. You got 1 of 25 paragraphs kind of alluding to it, and a lot of discussion about this other event and memorials and things. Do you feel that adequately covers what you're trying to say as a family member?
I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I've been dealing with other nonsense, so I don't even know. Okay,
I'm going to email you that article.
Okay.
Perhaps maybe some other people might want to, I don't know, write Mr. Tutton and ask him why there wasn't a little bit more, I don't know, equal coverage of
Well, you know what? I told you some of the things that he said were some of the things that that person said the other day on your YouTube channel. And I was like, oh, they sound like they're connected. Oh, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
There you are.
I don't even think.
Oh, we have a delay. You and I are talking, but there's a delay in the video.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Hopefully it doesn't.
It's confusing my fucking mind, so I'm going to just change that channel.
Okay.
So you guys can see me, but I won't be able to see the chat or anything because it's confusing to my head to be saying something and on the screen doing something else. So
I can just I can take you out of the video if you want. Does that make it easier?
Oh, I kind of look like shit anyway. So yeah, just put something.
No, don't ever say such a thing.
Well, it is what it is.
It's been a really stressful time for all of you, I know.
Yeah, I can still admit when I look like I've been hit by a Mack truck. So, but anyway, yeah, I haven't seen the article. I wasn't impressed with him, and actually, I'm a little bit ashamed of myself, to be honest with you, because I do have trouble telling people off. Like, when people are rude to me, I sort of stand there and sort of like deer in a headlight gaze, where I'm like, do they know they're doing that? You know what I mean? Like, it's a weird thing. So when I was talking to him on the phone, he told me beforehand that he would call me after he's finished eating. And so then when he called me, he was still eating on the phone. And then he said something about people having taken over the walk. And I said, well, that's interesting because there's nothing to take over. I said, I put the
taken over the walk. He said that.
The march, remember? He said, how do you feel about so-and-so taking over the march? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah, He was rude, and that's why I think that he was connected to the person who wrote those really awesome messages on your last video.
Yes,
because
on the 5 minutes.
That person said was the same thing that he said. And as soon as I said that, I was like, oh, yeah, like I could feel right away during that conversation that he wasn't my friend. I talked to 2 other people, and forgive me for it, Greg Mercer, and he was nice and polite and kind and very nice and polite. And there was a lady I talked to as well, and she was polite as well. I forget her name too, and I apologize. She was nice and polite too. She seemed maybe a little less experienced, maybe, but she was very polite and kind. But then I talked to this guy, and I was like, wow, it was a night and day experience talking to him because he was not polite at all.
That's yeah. Sorry, I'll review the chat. I didn't review these. Oh, sorry. Click on
I got your email. Let me see.
That's the article. I did archive it, and people have it now, and the archive copy is out there also. So, please feel free to go and download that. And if you feel the need that, meaning anybody in the Discord or anybody in the chat or anybody that watches this video, to send Michael Tutton of Canadian Press. Canadian Free Press. Oops, sorry.
That's weird. I can't open the article. I can see the page of it. I can see that it's here. It's got a title, but I can't open it.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
Weird. Well, I did read the article out. There's a lot of discussion about the Legacy group, which I find interesting. So it's Michael Tutton of the Canadian Press, and he wrote for the Globe and Mail. Did you ask him if he wanted to attend?
Yes, I asked him if he was going to attend, and he said no, he was off. That he has that day off.
Oh. Yeah,
you remember he has the day off. I love it that some people just can take the day off. It's easy to take the day off from, 23 murder victims.
I'll have to clarify because I do believe he may have. Yeah, I'll have to clarify on that one.
What's that? Oh, maybe he doesn't have the day off, but he's gonna go hang out. Well,
no. I'm not saying that. I should be. I'll update on that one.
Oh, okay.
Later, but yeah. Let's not touch that. Okay. For now. Just
well, I
till
knew
I
that I
clear
wasn't
things.
rubbing him the right way because he was asking me how I felt about the memorial, and I told him I thought it was bollocks and that I didn't need people
Bollocks.
donating to
I like
anything.
that word.
Me too. It's one of my favorites. There's another word I like them a lot too, but I won't say it here. And it comes right after, like, bollocks is B, the other one starts with C. So A, B.
Oh,
there's some
okay.
good words.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, he was asking me how I felt about those guys, and I said I didn't like it, and that it wasn't cool to be collecting. I didn't need them to collect money to make me. I'll never forget my brother. I don't care how much money people donate. If they don't donate anything, then I don't need it to remember that people murdered my family, and outside of what seems to be this group, nobody gives a flying fuck about finding out about it. They care about lining their pockets. They care about collecting money that can be like disseminated in such a way that it's like a big spider web and trying to hide. You know, it's just a weird thing. I don't understand.
Yeah.
And I do think it's interesting because, I mean, even like in my particular case, obviously I can only speak to what I've dealt with the loss of my brother and my niece and my sister-in-law. There's no money. That's what I want. And I said this to someone the other day. I had a hard time verbalizing it. I couldn't figure out the right way to say it. But it doesn't matter if they're giving out money or pebbles or ponies. If they're given ponies, you know, I'd be looking for mine. But, you know, it doesn't matter what they're giving out. If they're giving something out to families, it's representative that you are a family member. So if family members are getting donations or funding or whatever, and I'm left out, that just it basically says that I'm not a family member.
Yeah. Caper's losing comments. This is the thing, and it's really, you know, I'm just an outsider, but you know, I know you and I have had some discussions on this one, and the money thing really becomes a distraction on it all, and it's filthy lucre.
And I mean, none of these people were paying for us to live, so why do we need money? I don't need money because my family died. I have my own money. I pay for my own house. I'm not asking anybody for it. I don't need anything. All I want, I don't care about any money at all other than whatever it costs to get people in place to ask the questions, to answer, and find out what happened to our families. Whoever needs to be paid for that, that's the only money that needs to go out to anyone. I mean, besides, I mean, we've got kids not we, but in this group of people, there are kids who have lost parents and people who have lost folks who are financially supporting them. Obviously, those people should be given whatever it is that they need, that they are supposed to be getting from their parents. You know what I mean? But I'm an adult. I don't look at any grown adults in this situation who were relying on their family members to provide them money. So why do I need money? I don't need money. Give all that money to those kids.
Oh, there's 2 minutes of silence going to be. I'm just going to drop this. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know, and I really I need to be very careful about everything, but
I do too, and I apologize if my mouth goes off too much, but I sometimes it happens. I don't mean anything with malicious or nastiness or anything, but sometimes it just becomes too much and it comes sometimes out the wrong way, right? Sometimes it's not the right word, and then people take you as, oh, you said this. Okay, but sometimes it's not the right word.
Well, it's understandable, and plus this is very emotionally charged for everybody. For everybody. You know, all across the board, and especially for all the families and the surviving victims too. I mean, and their families. It's all, and the communities and Canada as a whole too. Even, you know, we're all worried about that. I dropped the comments that were in the that video the other day, which I know upset you, but it didn't have its desired effect. And I know what they were trying to do I think, was really bring you down emotionally, and you stood tall on that one. Did you want to? Did you want to?
Thank you for saying that, Noah. I'm ashamed that I even engaged with this person who clearly doesn't know what they're talking about, and I couldn't be more grateful to all the people in this group who stood up for me or told me not to worry about it or called to make sure I was okay, yourself included, you know, and who are just like, they know that, that is just simply not my personality. I'm not here to make money. I'm not here to screw anybody over. And I certainly am not, I mean, God, it's laughable. I loved my brother and my sister-in-law and my niece. They had no money. They had no money. If I had gotten the house, I would have had to pay money. I'm not looking for money. I'm looking for answers. I'm looking to figure out what the fuck happened. What happened?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how 23 people are murdered and somehow hundreds of thousands of dollars of donations is supposed to make it better. Doesn't make it better. I want to know what happened to my family. And I want to know what happened to my country. That our national police force works harder to cover this up than they ever did to try to protect the public or to find out what happened. I don't give two flying fucks about money. It doesn't matter. My cars are secondhand. My house is cheap, but I don't care about this. I shop at Value Village. None of that shit matters to me. Right? There are clearly people out there who are caring about money. I know a little lady who's driving a $70,000 vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that she paid for it in cash. How about some people ask her questions? You can't ask her questions because she's a victim of what? What fucking day of the week are you living in if you think that girl's a victim?
Lots of people sending you love, you know, in here. You know, we're all behind you and we have your back, you know, and these.
I know. And honestly, I was thinking about that too, because if I didn't have you guys, people I've never met are supporting me and helping me get through this and calling me and making sure I'm okay. But not everybody has that. Not everyone in this situation has people who call and check on them.
That's
right?
true.
If you're a family member or a friend of a family member and you see somebody else down, please do what you can to bring them up. If I didn't have you guys and I was, I didn't have my beautiful girl who just loves me and is so good and the support system that I had in place, and then that person said those things to me, like, what if I was on the edge already? What if I didn't have these things? Would they even care if it had pushed me over the edge to commit suicide? That would have been them who did that.
Yep.
But they don't seem to be the kind of person who would even care.
No, and I remember at the beginning of this, and I said that you're going to watch, like, it's going to take people down, and they will try to rip people's lives apart. They will literally try to destroy people, anybody who seeks the truth. And this is tragic, whether it, people turn to the possibility of people turning to drugs, the depression, this possibility of suicide. That's murder again.
Well, and that's it. Like you look at, I mean, okay, on top of this, we've got the COVID, which is pushing people over the edge who aren't even dealing with this other stuff. You add this on top of it. I mean, why would you ever do that to somebody?
This world has been traumatizing people. I don't know if people know specifically what we're referring to, but there were some comments made, and they were really not nice things to say, and by and large, totally untrue. Not, they didn't ask for anything. They did ask for the receipts, to which, funnily enough, you can provide.
Yeah. God, I have a pile of crap here. I really do. And here's the funny thing about that is that, and I think I pretty much told everybody this individually, is that when I ordered these sweatshirts, I literally thought I would have a bunch of shirts to sell at the walk. I thought that. So I bought whatever I could on my credit card sizes that I just thought that people would want. So I think I got some mediums and a few larges, and the mediums went like hotcakes. And anyway, then orders started coming in. And if you know me at all, I'm not organized to begin with. So I thought, okay, I don't want to be saying to people, I need like $18.42 at the walk. So whatever, I'm making up a number here. So the t-shirts, I rounded up to $20, every, $20 bill, $40 for the hoodies. I'm not making any money. I forgot to add the taxes in. I'm driving to Tuck to Fuck Yuck, wherever I'm driving, as is Sharon, as are all these other people who are helping me do this.
Mm-hmm.
I got no interest in making money. And somebody said something about any proceeds. Well, at the end, like right now, I probably have about $800 worth of unaccounted for t-shirts and stuff in my living room that just...
And who's paid for that?
Pardon me?
Who paid for that?
I did. It's on my credit card right now. It's on my credit card right now. And I'm fine with that. But in reality, and I don't even know that I told anybody this, but I contacted, there's a place called Shade. It's SHAID, and it's a non-profit, like animal rescue, helps you out if you need help with your animals kind of thing. It's local here. And so when I've done, if everything gets sold, that's when I can do the tally of if I've made any money at all. I've already contacted Shade that if I did make any money, that's where it's going. And Wendy from Totally Local, same thing. That's where, if there's any profit there, she's sending it to Shade. So as I sit right now, I'm out money, which I don't care. The idea wasn't about the money. It was about everybody having... everybody being unified, I guess. When you have all the people wearing the same sweatshirt, moving as a group, it sends a big signal to the people to say, we are a group. It's not one girl over there with a sweatshirt and a sign. It's a whole group of people who have clearly come together and are going to make a difference. That was the whole idea of the sweatshirts and t-shirts, and then everybody wanted them, which was awesome. But if you could be a fly on the wall in my house, you'd be laughing, because it's hysterical to think that I'm somebody who's trying to organize something. And the comment about Bev Beaton taking over the march, well, Bev is in the March group, but I don't know Bev. She didn't take over anything. My very first post that I put out, if I remember correctly, on that page was something to the effect of, I'd like to put together a walk. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So can you please help me? Because otherwise it's going to be fucked. So everybody pitched in. I mean, I got blocked from posting. Kendall and Cindy helped me out. Well, they didn't take over. They're helping. Everybody who is doing any posting or sharing, lots of people are giving me ideas in the background. And I'm like, okay, can I use that idea? Can I say your name when I use it or whatever? It's not my march. I just happened to create the fucking Facebook page that gave somebody, or rather whoever wants to be a part of it, a place to be.
Yeah.
Like we approve everyone. Everyone's invited. If you want to collaborate with us and be a part of this, we want you to be there. It's that easy.
Yes, and you know, there are obviously going to be a few people there I don't think who are probably on the same team, but
and you know what, those people are already identified. That's the thing. Just because we don't poke at their names or call them out doesn't mean we don't know who they are.
This is true. You know, and then everybody has, I always am big on saying that everybody has the option to do the right thing. And all you have to do is do the right thing. And then we're all going to be good.
And we've all got things in our past that we are not overly excited about sharing.
Yep.
However,
Yes.
sometimes the day comes when, sorry about your luck, you need to spill the beans and say sorry for whatever needs to happen.
And make amends. Make amends.
That's it.
That's
exactly it. That's all any of us can do is go, boy, I fucked that up. Try again tomorrow.
Honesty is such an important thing.
And I don't know if this is true, but I believe that this is true. I believe that when you have and I guess it's true for me, because when I was a younger person, I didn't know my ass from a hole in the ground. Now I at least can identify the difference. But I was really a young person who, didn't tell the truth, didn't do good things, and had secrets and all that stuff. And I found that I had stomach aches, and I had migraine headaches, and I couldn't sleep, and upset stomach, and just guilty conscience all the time. And I think that when you have that kind of energy, it creates actual illnesses like cancer and ulcers for sure, and stress, which isn't good for you. So and also, I mean, if you're talking to 10 people and you're lying to them, how do you keep that all straight? It simply takes too much energy.
I was talking to a family member that's so interesting last night, early this morning, and beautiful, beautiful person. And they said the same thing. They talked about the physical illness that's caused by stress and dishonesty.
Yep.
So, it is 100% true. I mean, we all know how, if we haven't told the truth about something, how that feels,
Yep.
So,
and it really is I wonder if it's not a genetic thing, because I know even my daughter, ages ago, she was playing a game on her phone and she got really mad and she smashed it, and I wasn't home. So she told my ex at the time that, it fell and it broke. And I was like, okay. So it wasn't too long until she came to me and she's like, I have to tell you, Mommy, that, I lied and I smashed my phone. I'm like, okay, well, why did you tell me? She's like, I couldn't live with myself. I couldn't sleep. I was feeling sick. And she was 7. So it's probably something that's in us, that inherently, if we're dishonest, it creates bad energy and we suffer for it.
We do, that's I and you and some other people in here for sure who are believing people will say that that's God's voice talking inside of us and saying, you got to step up and do the right thing here.
That's right.
It's our conscience to other people, and we have that option, and there's such a weight lifted when we get rid of that stuff. We don't have to carry that around and have, because lots of people go mentally ill or commit suicide or go into addictions, and you can just avoid that all by all that pain and suffering and all the people around it. It's like, that's how deep it goes. It always affects everybody around people because of their disposition and where they're at.
That's right, because you're cranky with your people that you see at home, your family that you hang around with, or your coworkers, because you have something eating at you in the background.
It's like the business about not having the answer. We were talking about that this morning. If you don't have the answers to something, and how...
I got to cut in here. I'm trying to read the chat while I'm listening and talking to you, and I pray and I thank God every day for every member of this group, the people in this chat, the people in our March group, you people. It's a weird thing to say, because I really do hope that this is the worst tragedy I ever have to deal with in my whole life. But out of this horrific thing, I have met some people who I can't imagine not having in my life now. And it's just the weirdest thing. So thank you, and God bless you all, because You mean so much to me. There's not even enough words. Like, I try to keep up in the chat when I'm not on the video, but I can't. There's not enough words in my vocabulary to thank you and to send you the blessing and the love that I feel from this group. And I could have not been able to handle this year without you, and it's that simple.
Well, I would say likewise. You have been a rock and a support definitely to me and to other people. We've leaned on one another through this process, and we will continue to be here for each other, and that's just the way it will be. That's how good people operate. People
Exactly.
with good hearts, and we're really blessed. I'm going to share the Facebook group once again. Please,
Cool.
Please send it out to your friends and come.
Oh, I need to say this because I want to make sure I don't forget. We have a lovely person who offered to pay for a banner to be made for the walk. And it was another fabulous person who has the idea of everybody, if you want to, provide the DD signs with a preferred family photo of your loved one. Personally, the photos that they show of my family in the news, I'm sick of seeing them. But also in our case, they're photos that we use to identify our family members. And so, to me, I would rather, I'm going to try to get a hold of Emily's grad photo. I'd rather use that, a nice photo that I can use rather than the ones we've all seen. So today is the deadline to get it has to be emailed to DD's signs because it has to be a certain size. The file has to be a certain size or it will come out, it might come out blurry. So if you have a favorite photo, please send it to them right away. And I'm speaking to all of you fellow procrastinators because I'm telling you this and I haven't done mine yet. So we have to do that so that this lovely man can make us our banner.
That is wonderful. Wonderful. I'm sure that there are a lot of family members that do watch. So, that'll
Well, and I'm hoping, if you know a family member, like I have come across a few family members who they don't watch and they can't talk about it and they don't want, they're not there yet. They're not in the headspace.
Mm-hmm.
If you know a family member like that, if you're able to maybe bring it up that, hey, do you have a preferred photo that you'd rather see used? I mean, even if they don't come to the walk or they don't talk to us and they don't interact with us, it doesn't matter. We still want to make sure that they have a chance to, to participate even in whatever way that they can if they want to.
I'm just showing, so I put I'll put the link in also here for the event. If my internet wants to work. Oh, now this is computer. Okay. All right. Well, we'll hold off on that for a moment and get people to come to the group. 66 people have said that they're coming. I think the number is bullshit. There's a lot of people probably not on Facebook or they mess with the numbers on all of this stuff. So could you share details again about when and what all will be happening? Please.
So my hope is that the idea is to meet all at the Food Land at Bible Hill. I know I wrote churro on there and I haven't been able to figure out how to change it. It's Bible Hill Food Land. If we can all do our best to park far away from the stores, they've been really wonderful and offered to let us use their parking lot, but we don't want to interfere with their customers and shopping and that sort of thing. So if we could park far away, that would be excellent. And we plan to, we're hoping to have 23 roses, and we want to take those and walk with them to the RCMP office.
Uh-huh.
We're hoping that we're hoping that somebody comes out, somebody high level, like we want to talk to somebody and make sure that they know that we're not going anywhere. These are our family members. Do you really think that a memorial building or some kind of something is going to be like, oh, look, that's just wonderful. I loved my family. They were murdered, but I don't really care because, look, I have a memorial spot. Fuck off. I don't need that shit to remember that somebody murdered my family and still we don't know what happened.
Well,
what I need, you know what I need is the investigators, the high level, the whoever needs to take care of this, to use the money that they've been sucking out of us to do their jobs.
I agree with you. I mean, I have to tread kind of a careful line on this
I know,
one.
and I'm sorry, I have a potty mouth.
No, and it's fine because that's your feelings and that's your emotions, and nobody can tell you any other way, right? And I know that there are people who aren't there or maybe don't ever want to be there, and to those people, that's totally understandable too. It is where you've got to be. But the people who are like you, the other family members who do seek answers, this is a good way to show that you're still interested, that you still are seeking justice and answers. And for those in the public who, and it's very vital for all of us to stand up and say, listen, we're there with you. We walk hand in hand with you. We will support you. So it is, it's a difficult thing, I think, right?
Sorry, I just had a little person walking through my little life.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what happens. Sometimes paint things happen too.
Oh, if anybody knows how to get fresh paint spilled on a wood floor up and out of there, I would really love to know.
I was just like, well, there's a bit of a real life situation who's come up. Maybe our guest won't be able to join us here. So it is at 1 p.m. Bible Hill.
Yes, at 1 p.m. at the Bible Hill Food Lounge.
Excellent.
And I'm going to show up early because I do have some orders that I'm going to be delivering that day. But I also would like to meet people. Somebody just said it in the chat, and it's gone here now that I can't see it. But we are a big family. The countryside. A few of us here are related, but I think we're all a big family now, and that's how I feel about it. We never would have met each other. We certainly didn't choose this, but nobody outside of our group. And you know what? Here's the great thing. I don't know. The verbiage is off, but some of the people in here are not family members, but they're still family to us now. That. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that kumbaya moment, it's totally freaking retarded to say that, but, I really feel like the people who are here that we are interacting with, we've got each other's back, and that's what needs to happen if we're going to make any kind of difference. Because it's not Nova Scotia. This isn't a Nova Scotia thing. This is a Canada thing. Have you ever seen an institution where you can break the law, disobey rules of your job, and your punishment is fully paid retirement or just move you to another location? What is that?
Or in the other cases where it's just that they run them into the ground and absolutely destroy these people's lives. Who do the right thing. They're good officers. It's.
I feel like now when I see an RCMP or a police officer's name in the news, like so-and-so is charged with this, that, or the other thing, I think, who did he speak out against that now he's in trouble and getting all this negative publicity? Because generally... I've noticed, I know in Liverpool there a couple years ago, one of the RCMP members was charged with family violence or physical violence, assault against a spouse, but you couldn't get the name of the person at all. Didn't matter what you do. And I know who the person is, and that person is still working. So they physically assaulted their wife, and they're still a police officer, an RCMP officer. what the fuck? But they wouldn't label the guy. They wouldn't name that person. So when they do put the name out, I think I'd rather talk to that guy and see what the truth is, because he's probably being scapegoated or whatever it is that they do.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
And that's sad. How scary is that?
I
come from a world where I see the cops and I feel safe. I feel like, okay, I'm good here. There's RCMP over there. I'm good to go. Now I see them. Well, I was in Bridgewater the other day, and there's a great big Dodge Ram, unmarked white Dodge Ram. And all of a sudden the sirens, I could hear them. I didn't know where they were coming from. And it turned out it was this gigantic Dodge Ram. Well, what the hell? I hope he wouldn't ever try to pull me over. Like, I need a sign in my back window that says, I don't stop for cops. Because that's how I feel. I see them, I lock my door, I start to shake.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's not okay. Even my kid was in the car with me, and she and I were both freaking out because we didn't know where it came from. We couldn't see any lights. Nothing was deckled. It was really scary.
I think there should be a ban on ghost cars. I mean, I don't know, you know, the ins and outs of that, but honestly, if it's causing this much fear and confusion, same with the undercover operations or whatever, you know, like this, I think this is where this is all stemming from, partly. And we don't need that kind of stuff. We can have, somebody mentioned that earlier, you know, the community policing and in cars and marked, and everybody knows who you are, and they know the community, they know everybody, and they know how to deal with things. And everybody's going to know the baddie out there too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So.
And you know, I was looking at, I've been reading some books about bicyclers, and things that happen. And one of the officers who deals with the bicyclers, he said the worst thing that ever happened to the police and RCMP is air conditioning. Because when I was a kid and I lived in some small towns, the cops were around, and you knew them and they knew you. Mm-hmm. So you did something wrong, but they interacted with us. Like, we had basketball tournaments in the parking lot on the weekend. They'd come up and hang around with us. So it wasn't like a us and them scenario. It was, we all live here and we all know each other. It's that simple. Everyone has a job to do, and don't be an idiot.
Yeah. And I mean, that just makes sense. Good sense. You know, it's just being good people. I really do. I'm going to start to get into some more complicated stories. It's tough. I'll do that after the anniversary. Or you see, anniversary isn't like, what do you call it?
I know, I've been saying that too. Somebody said celebration, and I'm like, hey, this is not the right word, but anniversary doesn't seem like the right word either.
I don't know, like, there's not many of these things, there's just not even words to put onto those kinds of things.
No, that's right, there's not.
Yeah, I'm gonna start to get into some more stories about on the other side of things too. I know I've done a few along the way about, you know, officer mistreatment from within by the actual institution, which is just horrific. You know,
and you know, I've been thinking about these things because, you know, I've been talking to people, and for a minute when you're going through this, you look at it from a family member, but I did say to all the reporters that I talked to the other day, so he didn't look like he said anything about it in the article, but I said, can you imagine being an RCMP that night? You joined the force to help people and protect people, and you're told that if you do your job, you're fired.
Yes.
Like, you just imagine, and I mean, yeah, okay, I'm going to use a boy as an example. Boys, girls, it doesn't matter. You're a little boy, a little girl, you're growing up with this romantic notion that you're going to be a police officer. I feel like an officer, RCMP, police officer, I feel like it's one of those careers that is not a job. It's something that is part of who you are, like a teacher or a nurse. Like, you don't just become a teacher because you want summers off. You hope. Right? You hope you become a teacher so that you can make life better for people going forward, or whatever the case is. But usually there's some kind of a good reason for you wanting to do that. So if you spend your whole life growing up with the notion that the police are the heroes and the good guys and you want to help people, and then you get into that career and realize that that's not what goes on, what does that do to your psyche?
It has to be, you know, I do spend a lot of time thinking about those officers on the ground, or those officers that have knowledge of what, or first responders, same with people, but
yes,
you know, definitely officers who know things and just are stuck in that purgatory of what to do. Like we were talking about the stress, and I just brought up an article, and it's an older article, but high profile BC Mountie with PTSD says support system is broken and in crisis. First responders are committing suicide.
right?
And absolutely, this is 100% the real deal. I mean, there's lots of people I could talk about, but suicide is a very real issue, and I believe it's about 30% of discharges are due to medical discharge, which is PTSD.
Yeah, and I can only imagine, especially when you work in an environment like that where you're not getting the support from your superiors. I mean, I know the RCMP around here in Bridgewater, like the Bridgewater area, they work double shifts. I mean, that's just, when you imagine your husband goes to work, or your wife. When I used to work at the bank, nobody had to worry about, am I coming home? But every day that you go to work, you kiss your spouse and your kids goodbye, you really don't know what's going to happen.
Yes.
You really don't know if you're coming home to them or not.
So, you know, that's why I try to keep it as, because it is, like, I understand them from that perspective, and you do, and it is a coming together of just people caring about people. We care about the RCMP just as much as we care about the families. Like, if the regular good serving RCMP member who is stuck in such a, if you speak out, you're going to get whacked. But we need to let them know that that's okay. You can speak out and people will stand behind you. That's how it will change.
Yep, and that's right. And that's the thing, is that those officers, they need to know that people will support them. But, you know, when you're supporting a family and you're looking at, you know, you've got this time in and you don't want to lose your seniority or your income, all these other things, I don't even want to guess what it's like to deal with that, because it sounds awful.
What about calling it the walk to remember? I don't know. I can't say anything because I'm not a family member, and I know, you know, there's a bunch of you. So I'm glad that this is more coming together. It's important. All of you have to, like everybody, all of the people have to come together. And I know this is what a stew to be thrown into, people getting to know one another through something that.
I'm just reading the comment there. KLML. Wow. See, that's scary. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, no, that's something else. I mean, and when you go into that kind of a job, it's not just you, right? It's your whole family. And thank you to all the service people, firefighters, first responders, police officers who do that job every day with a clear conscience and a good heart.
Yes. Yes.
Because it's not fair that those people have to go to an unsafe work environment to do what they've of doing their entire lives.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not fair. When you have, I mean, the level of sexual assault against RCMP women, it is beyond all comprehension.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So like, here we are talking about somebody who's accused of a crime. Yeah. Could be involved at a very serious level, and they're saying that they're abused without any kind of validation, at least publicly. Zero Zippola has not talked to any family members, which is not usually the way somebody who a victim would act, has turned around and sued the families, essentially. And yet the very force that does that has so many internal issues, despite how many recommendations and settlements that we've all paid and blah, 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 and commissions and da, has dealt with zero. And then right at the beginning of this, they trot out the very organization that will not attack state in terms of female violence. That's their very mandate.
They're
non-state violence.
Non-state violence. So as long as you're working for the government, you being violent is perfectly acceptable.
Yep. Well, I mean, they say what it is they say we won't talk about those ones.
Yeah, we don't want to deal with that stuff because, it's okay. We're not going to touch that because then what happens? Maybe we don't get the support we want.
What do you have to share additionally with us? Do you have anything else you want to add, or should I wrap it up?
Or? I'm just, I got nothing really to add. I said that about the emails of the photos. As soon as I hang up, I'll be like, shit, I forgot to say something, but then I'll just let you know.
Well, there's always open mic for you or for any family member at all to ever speak anytime you want. And, are you going
over this article?
Which one?
Or did you already and I missed it while I was dealing with the paint situation?
Oh, yes, I did go over it.
Oh, okay.
The one about charging?
The one that you just sent me about my interview that never got posted.
Oh, yes. Well, you did get one family member who is seeking justice got one of 25. So that's 4%, 4% mention in that article, not by name and no details listed. And you were one of 5 people, but it didn't mention you at all. It did. In fact, it didn't mention anything.
Some of the other names that got mentioned are quite interesting.
I'm not gonna say anything. Like I said, different people are at different places, and that's. But it does seem to have. There does seem to be something running in the background.
Yeah.
And that'll be my non-committal.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're completely
walking
right
the
about
line.
that.
Walking that line. Well, and I tried to say too last night, honestly, this is not about anybody in particular or anything about that. I think, in fact, there has been a lot of people, all of us, inclusive of myself, have been duped many times the entire way.
I agree. Yes.
Used, manipulated. There are people who aren't who they say they are, numbers that, whether it doesn't matter which side they're coming from, there's a lot of just plain old dishonesty going down.
I agree. I totally agree with that. And I was thinking about it. I mean, clearly I would suggest that this is not the first time that this sort of a thing has happened where what appears to be or what we're told the situation is nothing like the real situation. I think the biggest problem now is that usually people just go, oh, okay, they said that happened, that must have happened, and who wants to go for Chinese food? And now we have a group of 400 people who are going, well, wait a minute, this doesn't really add up.
Well, and the thing is, the 400 are only a fraction. That's that's just the tip of the iceberg. There is, I believe, I hear more and more about the fact that there are a lot of people walking around with huge questions, especially down in Nova Scotia on this one. And it's on the forefront of their mind. And just because this story has been kept alive by those very same people, huge kudos always to everybody, the Facebook groups, or if it's not being Yeah. Anyway, and those kinds of things, they just keep it in the public eye, you know, and which is really important, because then they can't let the story die. So then they have to write stuff, even if it's not untrue. I didn't ever finish the that there was a little interview. Did you guys ever watch that? Did anybody watch the interview with Sarah Ritchie in respect to the, let's see here, Sarah Ritchie. Oh, what's this? Liberals shut down probe into sexual misconduct in Canadian military. Oh, yum. That sounds good.
Well, we can't look into that stuff.
Okay, here,
Sexual misconduct is totally fine because the perpetrator identifies as somebody who loves that person, and so whatever he does is okay.
I'm going to play this 4-minute, 18-second clip if you don't mind.
No.
Well, this Sunday marks 1 year since a gunman in Nova Scotia killed 22 people. A team of investigative journalists at Global News has been telling this story for months for the podcast series 13 Hours Inside the Nova Scotia Massacre. Now, the series is incredible. It has frequently been in the top 10 on Apple Podcasts True Crime category. The final episode is actually out today. 13 Hours co-producer and host Sarah Ritchie joins us now with more from Halifax. Sarah, thank you so much. It is an impactful series, and it answers so many questions, but it also raises many more questions. It's examined everything from how the gunman got his weapons, the police vehicle as well, and tough questions surrounding what actually might lead someone to carry out this kind of mass violence. What have we learned so far?
Yeah, Anthony, we've learned quite a lot about exactly what happened that weekend and about the police response to the events. Things like why the police didn't have a helicopter available to them in Portapique as they searched for the gunman overnight because it was out of service. Why they believe the gunman may have left that town much later than or a little bit later than they originally said, and how long it took between the time they warned other police agencies that the gunman was on the loose and could be anywhere in the province until they actually warned the public of that same information. We've also been digging deep into the gunman's history, learning that he may have smuggled cigarettes and alcohol across the border from the time he was a teenager, that he smuggled guns into this country, and we've learned quite a lot more about a legacy of violence and abuse within his family.
Now, this explores so many questions that obviously a lot of people want answers to, but it's obviously difficult for a lot of people as well because it is so fresh. It's been hard to believe it's been a year. Now, the episode, as you're looking ahead to this release, what do you hope listeners overall take away from the series?
Well, I hope they take away a better understanding of what happened and how we got here. And in that vein, I'm hoping that people understand a little bit better how we can prevent things like this from happening in the future. And also, one of the most important things to our team all the way through has been a better understanding of the people involved. We want you to know the 22 victims as people for the lives that they lived and not just for the way that they died. And so many of their families have been so gracious in speaking with us, sharing their memories and sharing their words about their loved ones. So that is, I hope, one of the big takeaways of this project.
Well said. It's important to pay tribute to the people who lost their lives in this because all these people have incredible stories. On the official side, there is a public inquiry coming up. What do we know about that?
Well, not so much right now, but we do know that the public inquiry is getting close to getting ready to hold hearings. There's supposed to be a briefing for media to talk about how that will happen in the next couple of weeks. And we expect that the hearings will get underway likely sometime over the summer or into the early fall. They have to have an interim report done by May of 2022 and a final report by November of that same year. And so this inquiry is where we'll get to hear from the police, from other agencies like the Border Services Agency about just how all of this happened.
You've explored this on many angles and very respectfully, I must say. What questions do you still have about what happened?
So many questions, Anthony, about just how something like this could occur. And I know this has been such a shocking thing for so many Nova Scotians and Canadians that something like this has happened here in our community. As I mentioned, I hope that the inquiry is one way, one avenue to get answers to how all of this occurred. And the police have really not talked about what happened in almost a year. So I think that'll be an important opportunity to hear from them directly about exactly what went on that weekend and how something like this can be prevented in the future.
And hopefully offer some more healing for the family. Sarah, great reporting. We appreciate your time and you joining us today on this important issue. Sarah Ritchie joining us from Halifax. Thanks again.
Well, I don't know.
I couldn't hear it.
Oh, you couldn't hear it. Sorry.
No, I'm reading the article.
Oh, okay. Are you impressed with the article?
Yeah.
No?
I'm curious about it because it says, hold on, let me go back here.
Let's see, I can pull it up.
So, this person that owns the local church where they had that memorial, all the flowers and stuff set up.
Yes.
Wasn't it the person who owned the church who said they had to move all that stuff?
Or was
it some?
Yes, he. Well, I don't know about moving. I can't answer to that, but he definitely was the caretaker of the memorial that was out there and hosted it. So that's the one that everybody sees in the pictures, right? And it did eventually get moved in. I guess it said in the article right in September.
Yeah, but I thought I remembered it being said, and I could be wrong about that, but I thought I remembered it being said that it was had to be moved because it was I don't know, causing a problem at that location, but I could be totally wrong.
I don't know anything to that effect, so I can't. Maybe possibly somebody in the chat does. I have no idea.
So, okay, this is interesting to me. It would be a nice, quiet, and secluded place, clean and well kept with some gardens, nicely landscaped, with little corners where you could be by yourself. He first became involved immediately after the mass shooting as part of a local group of citizens who created a tribute video. So they created that video like pretty effing fast. How did they come together originally? Because it says then the group gradually formed into the nonprofit Legacy Society. Is that right? When did that group, when did it become the Legacy Society?
Well, to the best of my reading, the video, and just kind of doing a little bit of digging, the video was conceptualized on the 19th by this group. So that
my curiosity comes from if they hadn't known each other beforehand, how did they become a group so quickly?
They're residents.
Of where?
By and large, they're residents in the area. So they
all live in the same neighborhood, or they all?
Most of them, yes. I think most, if not all. I can't really answer as to that because I don't know for certain. But I think, they know each other.
Interesting. Okay.
And the nonprofit. So the, and that's a bit spooky. I don't think it's them that was behind it. I think perhaps that's the government because they were the ones. Yeah, I did a video all about it last night, and
I was just in the middle of watching it this morning. I didn't get all through it yet.
And I gave some information. I mean, I got lots more, but I figured that's enough for now. That because I'm not trying to go after anybody or anything in particular. It's just why is it that there seems to be a concerted effort to say don't ask questions? I can definitely understand people saying I'm not there. This was that my phone? I'm not there. I have actually literally heard that before from one family member. I'm not there right now, but you know what? Please continue doing what you're doing because I may be there one day. And when I am, I want those answers. So please, even though it's disturbing to me, I can't look at it. I don't want to deal with it. I want the answers as an option. And there's going to be kids who want answers when they grow up.
That's right. There's going to be kids who say, what the fuck happened that day? But, and you know what? Even if you took it a step further and said you were somebody who absolutely cannot know. If I were to say, I don't want to know, I never want to know, I got to just put it behind me. What kind of a person would say, as well as that, you can't find out either? Like, if I don't want to know, that's on me. But what kind of a person would stop somebody else from finding out what they do need to know for themselves?
But to me, it doesn't make sense. You wouldn't. No. I wouldn't go to them and say, shut their stuff down. Absolutely not. Do whatever you got to do. And
do what you need to do for your personal peace within you.
Yep. Yep.
And if that means finding out answers, then if I can help, let me know. Otherwise, I'll stay out of your way. But as soon as you start stepping in my way to find out those answers, I want to know what the fuck is your motivation. Why? What do you, to me, anybody, if you don't want to know, you don't want to know. But if you're actively stopping someone else from finding out, what the fuck are you hiding? What are you hiding? And because you obviously either have a past you don't want me to find out about, you have something to do with this that you obviously don't want me to find out about, and well, then you're suspicious to me right away. If you're on the side of, hey, I'm going to help you find out, I'm pretty naive, and I'll be like, sweet. But if you're like, no, I don't want you to find out, let's just move past it and say namaste. No, nama go, find out what the fuck happened to my family. But that's my own personal opinion.
And there are people again who have been duped in this story too. And I'm not saying that they're gullible or anything. There's just very powerful things. Like the media is very powerful. The media, in fact, there was one piece. I wonder if I should talk about that. They're really pushing the don't look for questions. Like, if you want to see how many articles are written about doing the run, walk, or participating in the music side of things, and of course then there is the family memorial walk, I believe it's called, and a service, then that's, and like I said, it's wherever everybody's got to be. But to see how much weight has been put onto this story is unbelievable. To say it's I mean, the fact that you even got 4% to me is really shocking. The family's got 4% in this one. I don't know. And it's just totally grassroots, right?
Well, it is funny. Like, the verbiage is funny because, where did I put that? How many windows do I have open? Sorry, I had to say that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I do have a lot. Jesus. It was just there. When I noticed, it was like, everybody else started the paragraph with the name of who was being interviewed and what they said, right? Lisa McCulley's sister, her name, right? I'm just some families, some other families.
I believe there were other family members that were interviewed for this.
Oh, you think? Oh, that's cool. Good.
I need to. I don't want to go on.
Yeah, no, you don't have to
say any more.
But that's good, because I didn't get the feeling that he wanted to hear what I said anyway.
Well, so if you figure he's talked to more than yourself, let's just say, if he's spoken to more than one family member about this particular event, being the 23 Bible Hill march or whatever, walk, or the peaceful asking for questions and justice walk, then why is it that if you've spoken to more than one person, that only 4% of the article is devoted to an unnamed, just blandly saying, what did he say exactly again here?
I'm still trying to click on the fucking page. I'm just closing page after page after page trying to find it.
In a separate event, some family members some family members, unknown and unstated, and have said, so family members. So he's spoken to more than, which is what I understood. And there may be more to that story, but I'm not going to touch that one for right now. But I like to keep things in my back pocket. You know, if they want to keep firing salvos, we can have them back. Have said that they will be participating in a peaceful march to Bible Hill, RCMP headquarters, to express their concerns over federal police forces handling of the case. Mounties have declined all comments, citing upcoming inquiry into the shootings. Now, I don't really think that covers multiple family members. We have one family member that is heading up the other organization, or participating in the other organization, which is where they are and wherever they want to be, and that's totally fine. But to have multiple family members, plural, that you have spoken to, you devote one paragraph, 4% of the article to that. You don't state anything about who they are. You don't state any of their concerns, but you devote the entire article, pretty much 96%. 96%. That's a pretty good grade on a paper. That's an A+.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because what he wrote doesn't even cover what I said. Because all three of them asked me what do I hope to get out of it, or something like that. Oh, hold on. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. On my screen it says my mic is muted.
Yes, I have you muted.
Oh.
On the video, I have you muted.
Oh, wow.
Otherwise, we'll get Minnie Mouse back again.
Right, yes.
We don't want Minnie Mouse now. I don't know, the RCMP makes you want to be, minimize your voice,
Well, I said to the guy, I was like, he asked me what I really hope to get out of it. And I said, well, there's a few things. I mentioned that it's I never know the right words to say, but essentially, like, that we need to all come together. And one of the things, like, I'm going to show up early for the march because I'd really like to meet people.
Marion Suter's got
Yep, 100%. Marion, everything you say is worth reading, just so you know. It's just awesome. I'm reading comments as best as I can while I talk, and yeah, you got lots to say, and you're right. I forget where I was. See, I can't multitask the talking and thinking at the same time. Oh, he was asking me what I wanted to have come out of it. And I said, well, it's going to be a really good way for people to understand that we have to move as a group. If it's just me and I lost my brother, let's say, it's easy to shut me up. It's easy to get people to not pay attention. Mm-hmm. But when there's 23 victims' families, and we all, even if half of us can agree to move as a group, that's a big force of people who will not be silenced.
Yes. Well, I do notice, I can't speak for family members at all, and I shouldn't, and I won't. But I do hear things, and I know that there are some family members who want nothing to do with the media anymore. They feel lied to. They feel that their words have been taken out of context. It is they also equally understand that it's very important to keep media, and I want them on side, but I want them to tell the truth. I want them to give equal representation to everybody in the story. If you want to tell the truth of the facts, then do so. Don't fuck around. Don't sample stuff or witnesses or things like that. I mean, there are people involved in the story where they're like, well, we'll just take that little bit because it fits what the RCMP's narrative is. Who is, part of the government, and the government, of course, is giving us $600 million. And I'm not talking about CBC. They just want to keep pumping that money in to feed their own institutions because it pays for themselves. Get a conscience, man. Where's your heart?
Yeah. And that's the thing that I don't understand is, you know, I have a guilty conscience, and I guess other people just don't. I don't know why I'm like that, and it sucks. Because I'm not honest because I'm like this awesome, honest person. I'm not honest because I can't sleep. I can't keep things straight in my head. I'm not smart enough to balance all this fucking bullshit. So, you know, basically, if I'm saying it to you, it's what is in my head. It's just, I don't understand the lies. I don't understand how they were all over people at the beginning. And they were taking things out of context. Like, they wanted to talk to me, and I wanted to talk to them. And I remember you saying, be careful, like, you don't know what's going to happen and any of this stuff. And then I watched some of these other interviews and the things that were said. And I mean, look at Clinton's interview and how much they edited that and all these other things that got said. Even in the ITOs, it's not the right stuff that was said. We saw what was said. Yep. So I'm really glad at the beginning I was like, fuck, I'm not being able to tell my story. And you know, you remember, you had to deal with me. I was like, I want to talk to these people because they don't know, right? And I'm hard to deal with. I've been told since this happened that I'm harder to deal with than Aaron. And that's saying something. I love my brother more than life, but he was a fucking hard person to deal with because of how brutally honest he is. But we both were like that. That's why we both lived in the woods. But it's just unbelievable, the people that they can lie. Not only can they lie, but they can do active things that should make a regular person cringe at the thought of doing. But these people can do things and then go home as though it didn't happen.
Yes. Yes, right? I like Loretta's comment there. I have said it before, if I was a writer or a camera person and did my job to the best of my ability and my producer twisted my work, I would quit.
Yes.
And I would be on the streets. Why do people want to be part of institutions that lie? I don't like to institutionalize things, but, you know, because I'm more about individuals. If you're a bad individual, you need to be called out. I don't like to label, you know, say, because that's part of the psychological garbage. We'll say the RCMP is systemically something or other. Fuck off, man. There's bad people. Just get rid of them. Right. But if you're a good person and you're part of that group, organization, company, whatever it is, group of friends, get yourself out of it. You don't need to be a part of it because, hell, if you're part of it, you're complicit, and complicity means you're in agreement.
And I think that sometimes at least, when you have people like people who are in the RCMP, they're in it because they want to do good things. So when they do get in it and they join and they realize it's corrupt, I feel like a lot of those people will be like, okay, if I could just do this thing, I could make a change. I can't fix it from the outside, so I'm going to be here and I'm going to see what I can do. But then over time, you know, things happen and you see things and you are part of things, or you know what I mean? And over time they get all those things where they can say to you later on, well, you know, you knew about that, but you didn't say anything, or whatever it is that they can do to use against you going forward. So then do I give up my career? But I know some people who were telling me about family members / friends who joined the RCMP and found out what it was like and decided to not be RCMP and went to be like a town or city police.
Wow. That's amazing.
So, you know, that's a shame.
It is.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well,
I mean, it makes sense if you look at the broader picture and what the real objective is, right? The police aren't there to keep us safe. They're there to enforce the law.
RT said, because they follow the winner, right or wrong, it's perversion out there. And that is true. People do that. But that's the problem, because people follow them. If people didn't follow them or didn't participate, then you don't have the problem. then they're not the winner. They're the loser who's sitting there and people are pointing their fingers and saying, you really suck balls.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? It goes to the other side too, and it really goes to whatever the topic is you're looking at. I had a conversation with a family member last night, and they read to me an article about, I'm going to get it all wrong because it was a funny moment, but
you do it. You already do it. You know the advice.
Well, and here's the thing. I already do it, and when I went to send it to you, no volume. There's no sound. I went to watch it myself, no sound.
Interesting.
Right?
Well, at least you weren't Minnie Mouse. I mean, maybe I could understand Minnie Mouse, though. I learned to speak Minnie Mouse.
There was no sound, so all you could see was the screen that I'm on. And you know I'm a clicker, right? So all I do is, like, I'm on the computer, I'm talking, and I'm click, 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 and looking at stuff. So, not looking at anything in particular, I just fidget.
I think that's a good idea, Darlene. You know, if you want to just ask him, why did he cover only 4%? Dedicated to multiple family members who are asking questions. Could you not perhaps give it to how many people did you speak to? How many people were family members that you spoke to? And how many family members said that they're looking for answers versus wanting to are still dealing with their grief so heavily that they are either not there, don't care about answers, whatever it is. What is the ratio on that? And why did you vote your article in that spectrum? But it's not just in this article. It is family members that just will not deal with media at all anymore. Like they've been screwed over too many times.
Yeah. But then you record it and it's gone. I started to say this like 5 times.
Sorry.
And I always do this. It's why you and I end up on the phone all the time for so long, because I just talk and then I get off track. What they asked me, that it does irritate me that he didn't put any of that in, because I said I wanted to make sure that they knew that we were a group of people who were not going to go away. But I said, if nothing else comes out of this, nothing else, at the very minimum, I want every media to say 23. Mm-hmm. And I said, if you do nothing else, I want 23. That's why we have this shirt. And I said, and I hope I didn't overstep, because I don't know the Beaton family. I don't. And I cannot imagine what it's like. I don't go to bed in an empty bed every night because of this. Right, Nick does. So I can't imagine what he's going through. I don't know him, but I'd be willing to bet that if you asked him if he thought his baby was a person, he would say yes.
Oh, yes. No, he's been quite adamant on that since the beginning.
Right? And I said that verbatim to every reporter. I said, if I get nothing out of this march, I want 23.
And what did they say to you in response?
Well, look at the article. He put 22, including a pregnant woman.
But when you said that to him, what did he say?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did he just give you some glaze over?
I really don't remember. The first guy I talked to, Greg Mercer, he's like, I will make sure that I say 23. And the girl whose name I can't remember, she said the same thing. She said, I will make sure I say 23. But this guy, like I said, he wasn't nice. He wasn't polite. He was eating on the phone with me. When he asked me how I felt about the Legacy Society, he didn't like my answer. So there you have it. But yeah, I mean, we're not giving up. We are a fucking group. We're not one little big mouth, 5-foot fuck all girl. We are a group of people who are Nova Scotians. We fucking throw axes in skirts with no underwear for fun. You're not going to mess with us.
Axes into skirts?
No, we have axe throwing contests with people wearing kilts. Oh, buddy, you gotta come here.
Oh, yeah. Axe throwing, the Highlander games?
Yeah, the Highlander games. And
I'm Irish. I don't participate in
big
that stuff.
motherfuckers in kilts and
I don't. I'm Irish.
axes.
No.
But you know what? When you have a group of men who will wear kilts and nobody fucks with them, do you think we're gonna let these guys fuck with us?
I think I may have some mugs somewhere that have something about that. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Irish people aren't big on
We're not the kind of people. We're not. I mean, all due respect, but we're not like West Coasterners who just hang around going to the beach. We don't fuck around. Like we're nice. We'll buy you a beer. We'll bring you in for supper. We'll invite you into our kitchen party. But you fuck around, you're fucking with the wrong crew.
Well, that sounds dangerous.
It is dangerous. You know what? You shouldn't be allowed to do this to people and just get away with it. Okay, here's an example, of which I also said to all three reporters, but this guy didn't seem to say anything about it. I said, how about the RCMP officer who shot up the fire hall? The dude's still working. Fired. Charges. No pension. Are you kidding me?
I mean,
that would be the equivalent of me working at a bank and stealing money from like a major investor.
I mean,
I'd be fired. I'd be charged. I'd be like, come on.
I may have a picture of that.
I am a true Nova Scotianer. I am. I lived on the West Coast, and I'm too rough for out there. Those folks are fluffy. I like them, but boy, they're fluffy. And yeah, I had to come home. Eventually, had to come home.
You had to come home?
Yeah.
I may have a picture. Well, I mean, lots of people move, but if you're from there, you know, you're from there. And if you're not from there, I guess you're not from there. Even dumb prairie boys can't move there.
You know what, though? We are the most inviting people. All of our doors are open. We really are. It's just that we'll kick your ass out of here if you start fucking around. That's how it should be. Come in my house and fuck around. Get kicked out.
I'm afraid to. There was
because of my big scary dog.
Yes. There was a picture I showed of a tattoo we were mentioning, Onslow. It's unfortunate I don't seem to have it at my fingertips right now because and how they're working.
True, Linda. Sorry.
No worries. It's just I wanted to bring that up because it's just kind of one of those breadcrumbs. Listen, know what's going down. Know who you are. But I can't seem to find it. So this is unfortunate. Oh, wait.
I'm right here. I just walked away from the screen a second because I heard my dogs barking.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why. Now that's gone from my computer. I know I had it.
Good.
Let's see.
My dog is off getting bread. Did I tell you?
No.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty stoked. So I traded the lady who's the breeder. She had a Rottweiler, so I have Hannah until I get Eva home. So I still have a big fat head to snuggle with.
Oh my!
What are you looking at? If you're not from here, you're from away. Yeah.
You're from away. Yeah. What was it?
Yeah.
Away. Isn't that what Wheat in the Willows or whatever she's called? Weather, Wheat in the Willows girl said?
Oh, yes. Nancy, hi. Seamus, you are an honorary Nova Scotian.
No. I'm an awayer. Or what is it? It's an awayer?
You're a Flatlander.
A Flatlander. That might... Oh, oops.
Actually, when I was in high school in Nanaimo, my best friend's parents are from Cape Breton. and her dad used to call me Noof because he figured that if you're not from Cape Breton, you're not really from Nova Scotia. So I was a Noofy to him.
I was trying to, let's see, file, save as. It's harder to do when
Marion,
there's two.
Are you talking about the chief from Bridgewater?
That was pretty bad,
Yeah.
eh?
Yeah.
She's talking about the child molesting. I was the earlier comment. My cousin quit the force over corruption. Old prom date quit, same reason. Another guy quit due to the right thing against his orders. A friend committed suicide over corruption in the force. You see, this is absolutely 100% real. The suicide rate in the RCMP and is crazy high. Abuse of drugs and things like that because they're just so absolutely beaten down. Child molester on the force, transferred to the Valley, then became chief of police, then nailed for it. Certain person became their friend. Is that correct, Marion? No longer working in media anymore, I think. They had a radio show, I thought. Came to court, testified for that person.
Herring chokers, that's right. I thought herring chokers were New Brunswickers and we were blue nosers.
Blue nosers?
Yeah.
Yeah, blue nosers.
Herring chokers are from New Brunswick. That's how I understood it, but I couldn't say for sure. And then we are blue nosers is what they call us.
Blue nosers. Yeah, it's the blue nose. Well, you guys have Blue Nose 2, isn't it? Blue Nose 2 is still around?
The Blue Nose, yeah. Blue Nose 2, I think. That's the one that's on the dime, isn't it?
Yes. Dimes. Oh, spooky.
Wow, yeah, that happens often, doesn't it?
Wow, people won't know what we're talking about.
They will be like, what's wrong with you people?
Dimes.
So many things.
I think that there's probably people in here who know about dimes.
I'm sure they do. Well, it was interesting that the dimes came up earlier because when I was a kid, my mom used to collect little plates, and it was called the March of Dimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what that is all about. It was something that she bought. It was some kind of foundation of sorts, I assume. She had them all hanging up on our wall.
The March of Dimes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you, Chiang. I'm not obviously going to highlight that comment because it has my name in it, but thank you. Hello, Nancy. How's it going?
Oh, for goodness sakes. Can I highlight it?
No.
No.
You see,
I can?
You don't know. No, you don't have control.
Dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Ask how much it cost. That cost. The Blue Nose 2? How much did the Blue Nose 2 cost? Was it expensive? I'm presuming, yes. Well, actually, I heard a little story that ties into this stuff, funnily enough. I had to do with the Blue Nose 2. Dimes, yes, what are dimes? I believe about the dimes. Maybe down by the bay can
With the dimes, check the date. It also means something.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Me neither. Well, I didn't know much about dimes until today.
You never heard that, eh?
Mm-mm.
Well, I'll tell you. When I was discussing that, I went to go and empty my ashtray, and they said, "Oh, you know, if you find dime, then yeah, you'll have to." I told you what it was, right?
Yeah.
And I went and I went to go and lift up my ashtray, of course, because it was in another room, but I always have lots of disgustingness in it. Anyway, and to empty it out, and lo and behold, do you know what was under it? 2 dimes. I can go take a picture of it right now. I was like, oh, I had just gotten off the phone. I was like, oh my. I guess I lost the bet already. Yes. Dimes, March.
You know what? I'm really enjoying this chat because I was feeling kind of like yucky after all those comments and stuff. And then all of these people, these fabulous people who I don't know, stood up for me. And then now it's like, it feels like it was so long ago that it doesn't matter. Right? And like, even if I'm not in here talking, just like being part of the chat, it's the weirdest thing. And I say this, and it's a weird thing to say, and I don't know how to say it so that it doesn't sound weird, but you know, that same thing, we lost our family, but look at the people we have now.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was, where was that here? A couple things on that note. Yes, okay, this one. So you get nasty comments, right?
Yeah.
Seemingly from, oh, guess what?
What?
They've changed their name.
Oh, really? A lot of people seem to do that. Have a name, change it. Oh, what are they now? What are they now called?
Terry Jackson.
Who?
Terry Jackson.
Really?
Joined April 9th, just to put in those comments.
Isn't that something, eh?
Just for you. But now I guess there's somebody else.
Can you imagine how much headspace we are taking up in that person's life? Wow, I didn't know we were that important, did you?
I have a feeling they work for certain people.
Well, I feel like if we weren't right over the target, they would just not bother with us.
Well, I liked, obviously there were some people who came back, and it's always good to go and reread the comments, even the ones that sadly I don't get to read most of them. I think they disappear, like it's total fuckery. But
I deleted my comments. So initially that person wrote something, and because I had a knee-jerk thing, I reacted.
Mm-hmm.
And then I talked to a fabulous person who is not able to join the chat for whatever technical reasons. And they said, look, anything, you might be right. You might be able to counter everything they say, but all it does is give them more ammunition to say something else.
Mm-hmm.
And so I deleted all my comments. So that's why you see that person say, oh, you deleted all your comments, eh? Because that's why I got some good advice. And I was like, yeah, okay. It does make me look like a fucking retard. So just cancel it. So I did that. And then I did reply something else, though, because you know how I am. And then I had to just mute it because I thought, this person's taking up too much real estate in my head.
Yeah, no, and that's the point. That's the point. I mean, I have my views on what, just because of the information that possibly that person knew.
And that's the thing. That was the thing. Somebody else pointed that out to me. The things that they talked about made it seem like they knew a lot of things about some certain things that I was like, okay, all right, I got it.
I think they I think they represent a certain organization.
Yeah,
that is paying attention to things and following things closely, and you might as well try and, that's part of the psychological warfare, the game of it. But I like the people that did respond and come out, and there were some other.
There was some well-written responses. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, that person, I don't know who you are, but man, can you ever write? Holy shit, you can put some words out there that are like really not offensive, but totally offensive.
Oh,
like remember
that person,
I
think I know who you're referring to, and I think it's important to acknowledge them.
Oh,
they are a messer. You really don't want to, and I noticed how all of the comments got deleted after they got involved. They were not happy.
Oh,
you do not want to screw with that person, honestly.
No. Amen to that. That is a skill that I wish I had, because holy, that was like, I was reading those comments going, oh, look at you go. That was awesome.
Well, they're trying to get them to come back. Maybe Terry. Maybe now Terry will come back. Terry, how are you doing, Terry? Oh, it's Chad, or what is it? What is it?
Whatever I am now, Terry Johnson.
Jackson.
Terry Jackson.
Who's Terry Jackson, I wonder?
I don't know.
Of course, they don't use their real names.
No.
I mean, and they only join. They only join to change their join the very day to leave the comments. To just berate families. That's great. You're pretty awesome.
Right?
Yeah. Balls about the size of what? Again? Clearly have a bad memory too. Don't remember their name.
Right? Oh shit. But you know, if you can change whatever you want every day, so it doesn't matter.
Well, that's the way people with bad behavior, motivations.
That's right.
People who aren't exactly pure of heart, you know, and not that anybody particularly is. We're all sinners, but people, some more than others. Some people are just reprobate. Reprobate. I like that word.
I do too. I'm not entirely sure what it means, but I do like it.
Let's see here. Reprobate.
When I hear words that I don't know, I look them up. But sometimes I look up
Brother
words
Paul's
I do
in
know, and their definitions are not right anymore.
Brother Paul's in here. Maybe I should leave it to him. I think he's here. Maybe. He's off having cider. He likes his ciders.
Doesn't everyone? It's coming up summer. I have shorts on. Charlie's outside with shorts on.
It looks sunny.
It is sunny. It's blue sky, no chemtrails. Not that I can see.
Yum, yum.
Yeah, we have a ton of them here. Even where I am, in the sticks.
That's hateful? What's hateful? Sorry. Oh, my comments or what that person said was hateful? That person was not a nice person.
No, and I don't think it was an individual. I think it was a collaborated effort. You know, but I know the rebuttal from what is that person called? Oh, what are they called now?
No, they
I forget their I don't even know who they are, but I'm trying to remember their YouTube name. Anyway, it was so well done.
Reprobate. An unprincipled or depraved person. Morally corrupt, depraved, foreordained to damnation. Not a very good thing to have. No. But there are people who, I don't know, but forgiveness is always out there.
And you know, I really believe that it makes a huge difference if you can just forgive yourself. That's a big thing, because if you can't forgive yourself for what you're doing or what you've done, that's a hard thing to live with. But I think that the best way to forgive yourself is to come to clean whoever you've screwed with, and be like upfront with it. Because even if they don't accept your apology or anything, at least you know you've acknowledged what happened, so you won't do that again.
Yes, to say it aloud is very important. I'm sorry, I did wrong, and it's kind of a validation to self of, yeah, you know, I did something that I probably screwed up on here, and then hopefully you're going to try and make the amends to not do it again. But if you remember it and you know it, then you're not going to repeat it. That would be a good lesson for the RCMP.
You know what, though, and it sounds funny to say, it really is a habit. Because when I was a younger person, I was a little puke. And I wasn't honest, and I did lie. And when I decided that I didn't want to do that anymore, I had to actively make myself apologize. So even the littlest thing, I don't know, what could be anything. I ate your chocolate bar, and I'd be like, I didn't do that. And then I would come to you and say, fuck. At the very moment that it came out of my mouth, I would say, fuck, I don't know why I just lied about that. I did eat that chocolate bar, and I'm going to get you a new one. And it would make me feel so stupid that I got into the habit of just being honest. And it's weird that you have to develop a habit like that, but you develop the habit to lie, so you undo it. I mean, everybody tells half truths, right? I don't know. I'm not going to tell you how much I weigh, but you know what I mean. I'm going to tell you I'm a 6'2" basketball player, and you can tell by looking at me it's not necessarily true.
I'm not even big on white lies. No. I think that's a slippery slope. If I always say in my previous dating experience, I have said right away on the first date, I'll say, oh, by the way, if you look fat in those pants, I'm going to tell you.
Oh.
I will, because I don't want you to come back at me later and say, oh, you know what?
Shit, I gotta go. I got a chicken problem.
Okay.
Bye.
Take good care. Bye. Well, that was good. Anyway, I won't sit here and ramble on. It was a great visit with Tara, and please, if you can at all, like hell or high water, you should be there at that Bible Hill March. Go and support the very people who you are friends with here. All of our new friends. We can join one another and join those families hand in hand that are choosing to go to that's where they are looking for the answers. That's what they want. We can do whatever we can to support them. Then oops, how to do this. Okay, bye. Poof. There you go. And we've got of course, the group. But if you want to move out to Nova Scotia, I've been told you better need to do it quickly because things are getting awful pricey down there. Now, there's the Facebook group right there. Okay. Please go and join it. This is for the march. Okay. I believe this is the march. Is this the march? We've got 2 pages. Yeah, this is the march. 303. Let's see if we can get this number way higher than 66. Tell your friends about it. Take the day off work. Do what you can. It only comes once in a lifetime, and everybody needs you there. Please, please do what you can. You can see even through, glimpses of what's going on there. And Tara, again, is representative of just one of many families. And she is her own individual, and everybody is where they are and has to do what they do. But I'll tell you, the grief rings unanimously throughout this whole one. It's pretty horrendous. And even though she's very composed, she has some pretty hard days. And to see her break at moments there where she's trying to be tough as nails, likewise, it's all the families. They have that. But it's okay. It's okay to cry. It's okay to say it's a tough go, a tough slog. But you know what? We will see it. What is it? Yeah. God brings you to it. God brings you to it. Right? You're here. Nova Scotia was once an option. Now I'm a little concerned to move there. I think we can it's all over the world. We can just win this one back. It's just people being good people and identifying bad individuals and getting rid of those. And call me back. I'll show you my favorite chicken. Oh, okay. Well, you got to join you just hit that link again. It should bring you back, and then you can actually show the chicken. You can't show the chicken on the phone. You have to join the stream on that link. I'll call you back. So. Oh my. Okay. Thank you. I will read that article as well. If you want to hop on, Tara, the back on, there will be the link should be still there. I'll send you another one if you need. Copy. I'm going to run through one more article. I don't have access to that page because I'm not a member. They don't want me. They never invited me. Interesting how that happens. Well, all these stories will come out one day. Now, let's see here. What was it here? I'll have to search for it here. Child abuse. Actually, I think somebody linked it. Cool. Here. There we go. Okay, so we'll just run through this article because... Oh, there she is. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, it's funny now. Funny. The audio now works. I was thinking I was going to have to call you.
Oh, that's what I was thinking too. I was sitting by my phone. Look at my poor chicken. Hold on. So this is my favorite chicken. I don't know why, but all the critters like to pick on this guy. Isn't he handsome? I know. So Eva, when she was young, when I first got her and he was younger, she grabbed him by the leg. So now he limps. And then I told you I had that my loner dog, my breeder's Roddy. Her name is Hannah. Charlie just yelled at me and said, "She's trying to kill the chickens." And she had this guy who I don't have a name for because someday we'll eat him. But she was trying to kill him. She had him pinned under a tree. That's why I had to go.
Wow. Okay, though now.
Poor guy. I think he's going to be all right. Isn't he funny though? He's so handsome, and look at his big long tail. Oh,
it's a rooster.
Yeah, it's a rooster.
Oh, okay.
He's a seal. Pardon?
He gets beaten
Yeah,
up?
he's low on the pecking order because he has a limp. So the older guys pick on him a lot. And actually, the 4 that we just got rid of really used to beat the crap out of the poor guy. He almost died. I had to step in. There, put him outside again. But Hannah was I did feed her, so she shouldn't be after my chickens. Anyway, I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
Yeah. Well, it was rather hastily that you had to depart there. I was worried.
Yeah, because I was like, I looked out the door and I saw that she had something pinned, and I was like, oh no. So, and then I had no shoes on, and I ran around. I don't know if you could see me running around the house in front of the camera like a crazy person, trying to find shoes and run outside.
But everything is okay.
Everything will be just fine.
Everything will be just okay, just fine.
That's right.
God will see us through. There was one other last article I was going to run through here. I don't know if you want to stay on board for that or not.
You don't need me, probably.
It's totally up to you. You're always welcome whenever. Anybody's always welcome, right? All families welcome.
Well, I am going to go just because I'm just going to organize my... I told you I have a fucking paint spill. I don't even know what to do with that. I really don't. I've got this whole can of paint on the floor of my living room right now. So
what kind of paint is it?
I'm going to... like it's the blue that you see behind me. It's a can of that.
What type is it though? Acrylic or oil or what is it?
Oh, acrylic.
Maybe somebody in the chat will have a tip.
Really? Or a cleaning company.
There's usually ways, it's something stupid. Rub a piece of bread on it or something.
yeah.
Google
like
it.
You do for a boil.
Google
I'm thinking Google knows everything. The first time. The right answer, the first time. Yeah. I'm going to stay away from that one. Yeah, good idea. All right. Well, I will be listening in the background while I try to figure out what to do with this paint. You guys have an awesome day. Thank you so much for being here. Like I said, I could thank you all day long, every day, and it's not going to cover it. So God bless you all and take good care.
God bless you.
I hope to see you all at the walk. Thank you. He is like big time. So thank you. We're going to have a chat one day, he and I, though.
Yeah.
About how strong he thinks I am, because we have differing opinions, I think.
Oh.
It's a hardwood floor. Harl's 5,000 hardwood floor. It's a good time. All right. Well, you have a good read. Thank you so much, and take care of each other because we all need each other.
All right. Take good care. Have a super day.
Okay? You too. Bye.
Okay. All right. Bye. Okay. So that was great. Now I wanted to run through this article, I guess. As I see, I thought it was going to be a nice short video. But awesome to get some more perspective, and hopefully we'll see this number grow. Really, I'm counting on you all to get rid of this. Counting on all of you to share this around with your friends. Get on board. Really get on board, It should be good, and you can meet everybody. I'm jealous of you all. I'm really jealous. But if we can get the streaming done, then we can kind of be there. We can do it like the new norm style. And everybody else that can't be there, those of us, sadly, will be able to participate, and everybody across the country, across the world. I mean, we have viewers across the world, so this is important. Now, last thing, more PSYOP garbage coming from Global. Boom! How ending child abuse and improving mental health care could prevent mass shootings. Now, I'm not meaning to say that these aren't issues or anything, but it's the timing, right? Is in fact this ever being established? You have, what is it? Injustice collector, right? And that was better than church. In fact, it was church. Church is church. God works everywhere. You know that, Brother Paul. Are you off, Linda? See you later. Okay, we got rubbing alcohol might work. That's an awful lot of rubbing alcohol, I think. Plus, I think it ended up on some, I wish I was there too. I will be, I think, one day. Grievance collector. Oh my. I even tried to find the definition of that. It does come up from periodically, but it's a rarity. It's kind of a dream up. It's no longer, it doesn't exist in the DSM manual. No. It's just kind of a special creation, like a lot of creations in this thing, narratives. And anyway, how ending child abuse and improving mental health care could prevent mass shootings. Again, I just say the timing. The timing. I think this is an important issue to tie together, but probably not now. Brought to you by Sarah Ritchie, Alex Kress. Again, I think she's a producer or something, and Brian Hill, he swims. U.S. experts, oh, this was always a dangerous word. Dangerous word. Who defines them as expert exactly? Get out the shop vac. Identify four, here we go with that again, 4 key commonalities among mass shooters. Neil Wortman can vividly describe traumatic experience from his childhood decades ago at the hands of his father. One of the incidents from when he was 7 years old lingers in his mind. I quote, I soiled my shorts. He made me put the soiled shorts on my head, inside out, and told me to start knocking on the doors of neighbors to show them what I had done, Neil said. Because I refused to go, he beat me instead. Neil, 77, says his father, Stanley, was a violent man, part of an intergenerational cycle of abuse and violence that culminated in the April 2020 with an inexcusable act of mass murder. That is a fucked up word to choose. Inexcusable. Oops. Act of mass murder perpetrated by Stanley's grandson and Neil's nephew, Gabriel Wortman. Okay, and we've got the link to the pathway to murder. Should we give you the link to that? Or, well, I'll give you the link to the article. How's that? And we'll archive it here now so that, if they decide to change their mind later, perhaps, well, they can't. When was this published? Oh, now they're not even going to give you the date. You dammy dams. You don't deserve a date. Date, just a date. No time. Sounding like RCMP. Those times, what are those? They're not really necessary. Neil, 77, says his father, April 2020, so then we get the gunman, Wortman, or others. Important to no final conclusion has been established on this. Definitely the inquiry hasn't been done. Obviously, the court cases haven't even, to the best of my knowledge, been certified, which I find problematic. But if I'm incorrect on that, hopefully somebody will correct me. But should be certified here. Otherwise, they're kind of paper. Over 13 hours in Nova Scotia before a chance encounter. Oops. 3 gas stations. Oops. Was it Helmsdale, Petro? Oh, no. Was it Wilson's? Oh, no. Oh, yes, a big stop. Right. Let's get down there. With 2 RCMP officers at a service station in Enfield. The officers noticed a gash on his forehead while they were filling up on a vehicle. This can be replicated. Requires a Mazda, and I spoke about this way at the beginning. A Mazda, and what is the vehicle that they drive? Their ERT team members, what do they drive again? I found an interesting quote when I was going back in I just happenstance, sorry, I always get off track. Happenstance, old videos have lots of great things in it. The ones that they've not deleted, because there are some that seem to have gone missing. And maybe, anyway, I'm not going to mention that because I don't want to help them out. But there's lots of great information in there. Tahoe, thank you. Sad. Howdy. much love. Everybody sending good loves to Tara and all family. We all love you guys. Easily replicated. You can replicate these things. Tahoe, Mazda 3, gas pump, line of sight. Bing. See how much you can see? You can't. And open fire, when they saw him raise a gun. Oh, sorry. And to finish that off, older videos, I was just clicking on a video, trying to find a video that went poof. And I was skipping through it quickly, trying to see what I was talking about, because I talk about all kinds of different things, right? Which, of course, you know, that's just the way it goes, right? There's not a set script I'm going to do necessarily, or I'm going to talk about the following things and you can skip to this. And no, I'm sorry. You know, I ramble, but it has video clips and things like that have subsequently been deleted, and lots of information I may or may not discuss again. There was a CBC interview with I don't remember. It was just you know, their panels or whatever, and the source disclosed that the two officers at the scene, this is very early on, were plain clothes. I was like, excuse me? Plain clothes. Okay. But this was even prior to the rewriting of, you know, the showdown there at the OK Corral, which they had for the cameras. Back when they were actually telling the truth right away. And they said two officers, plain clothes. And I'm like, oh. Then it suddenly became, then it became a big media, like parade of all kinds of, there, get them by. And then in the Dodge Ram, which are undercover. And then subsequently, you know, just kept calling them out on that. One tactical unit, two officers, you said it, oops, da-da-da-da. Oh yeah, then we got the hero. Good idea to always go back and look at things. I don't know, one day if I had the time. And open fire, but replicate these things. Replicate them. It'll show the truth. Logic. And open fire. When they saw him raise a gun, he'd just stolen from another police officer after killing her, because he's on the opposite end of the vehicle. You see? You can't see, of course, because they don't ever want to show you the angle. The gunman was dead moments later, but was in custody 14 minutes after that. Whatever. Moving along. RCMP officers acting at the Irving Big Stop station. Thank you for that. Here we have, which one is this one? Oh, we have blue helmet in this one. Found some new ones. Different poses. Pretty awesome. And actually we had 5. 2 blues and 3 greenies. That was pretty amazing altogether. Global News has spent months investigating what went wrong and whether the authorities missed early warning signs that could have prevented this tragedy. I think they could have just shut down their operations and perhaps been forthcoming about it right away, and probably that would have been prevented the tragedy. The investigation included a series of interviews with many people close to the case. Global News has also reviewed hundreds of pages of court documents and more than a dozen research papers, spoken to psychiatrists, psychologists, sociologists, criminologists, and a former and current law enforcement officers to understand what happened, the impact it has had on their families. This article is going to, I'm going to have to dissect it, because you always want to find out who exactly is speaking. What is their history? What ties do they have? Who are they friends with? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then it starts to become clear. Neil and his brother Glenn Wardman, Glenn, dementia Glenn, stage, what is it, 4 dementia? Right out there. Sorry, and that's terrible. My grandmother started to have dementia a little bit towards the end. That was sad. But this is reality of getting old, I guess. Wardman spoke about details of violent abuse history throughout multiple generations of their family. Was he in a state of dementia? You know how they couldn't ever get him? We had to have Brenda Bow. Brenda Bow, where is she? Oh, I guess she's at the hot tub party. And while no one is making excuses or trying to justify the brutal actions of the gunman, the intergenerational story of violence revealed through interviews and public records, okay, and here we got to trot out their evidence. Let's see how good it is. Show a series of warning signs and missed opportunities for intervention that were decades in the making. How about the cop car that the RCMP knew about for months with proof on their desk? Oops. Who's this? Explaining violence doesn't mean excusing violent behavior. Okay, let's watch it. I'll get my oh no. The Wi-Fi taser? Okay. So didn't nobody heard that? All right. Awesomeness. Couldn't hear me. Now can't hear that. All right. We'll do this again. Promise. I promise we'll get it sometime, okay? We're going to have to watch that fucking ad again. Fucking ass. And the archive is 4,530. Hopefully somebody's having a little faster time with the archive. And of course, archive.org doesn't even want to touch it. I don't even know about that. Refused stream. Thank you. Poof. All right, we'll try this again. Fuck. Share audio. There you go.
The exhibit.
One thing I noticed there, maybe I missed it, was the name of the expert.
That I always use is drunk driving, right? A reason is not an excuse. So a drunk driver may hit and kill someone. It doesn't mean it's okay that they drank, right? But it might be the reason that they did it. So it becomes more difficult for folks, especially in contemporary society. There's a really low level of literacy around mental health. So when we're talking about the reasons why someone might engage in violence, we tend to have a really outdated idea of mental illness or mental distress. We have this term we use, we'll say, well, he snapped. And this is something that members of the public say. This is a stereotype or a myth that journalists often play into. But it's much more complex than this. So mental illness is not the same as mental distress, is not the same as a psychotic break, is not the same as, particular forms of misogynistic violence. And so when we say that reasons are not excuses, but the reasons are important, what we're talking about is untangling the complexity of layers that creates a human that's capable of engaging in this form of violence. Understanding the reasons doesn't mean that we're excusing the violence, but by saying, perhaps someone had an abusive upbringing, perhaps they were exposed to levels of occupational stress, say, for example, those who worked in the military or who were exposed to violence through their job. By saying all these things, we're not saying that what they did is okay, but what we are trying to do is untangle the causes so that we can better implement prevention strategies.
Didn't see a name. Don't know who it is. Must be a real expert.
It's like to be stuck inside the worst.
I don't know what's going down there. Oh my. I used to be a drinker. A big drinker. A lot of drinking. Too much drinking. You know what? Every single thing I did when I was drunk, I'm fucking responsible for. Everything. No excuses. My choices. Stop making excuses. It's really important not to blame everything on childhood trauma, said Ardath. Why not? Sociologist, is that Ardath? Was that Ardath? Sociologist from Mount Allison University in Sackville, New Brunswick. The overwhelming majority of folks who experience family violence and sexual abuse do not grow up to go on shooting sprees. Really? There's so much I have to say about this kind of stuff. I'm just going to continue reading. What we're talking about is untangling the complexity of layers that creates a human capable of engaging in this form of violence. Understanding the reasons doesn't mean that we're excusing the violence. Just how about we get the truth from the RCMP, all the facts on the table? How about that before we're going running around worrying about psycho this and that and everything? I'd like that. I just like the honesty. This all is a bunch of shit. Pathways to violence. Scientists have studied the links between childhood mistreatment and violence for decades. A 2002 study, see what they got linked there. I think I could use this as a citation. Delinquency, 2002. Okay. This report has not been published by U.S. Department of Justice. Has not been published. Oh. To provide better customer service, made federally grant, opinions or points of view are those of the authors and do not necessarily reflect the official position or policies of the U.S. Department of Justice. See, he's got all the disclaimers right away. Anybody wants to have this one? Here you go. Have at. I'll take it. I'll have a read through it. I'm sure I'll have a good time. Let's see here. Where do I want to put that? We'll put it into the shite category. How's that? Belongs there, I think. Snow job. Snow job category? I think I have that one too. Let's put it in here. 192. Yes, okay. I'll link the name of the article on there. Okay, I'll put it in later. Now, I'm not going to read through this because it's 71 pages right now. I will read through it. I'll see. But I noticed that it has a lot of disclaimers at the top. And probably this document is research submitted by the U.S. Department. I'd like to see their samples, etc., etc. But again, we're not talking about anything right now because nothing definitively has been proven. No evidence has been given. A lot of speculation, a lot of snow. Brought to you by... Oh, that's right. Global. Who gets money from who? The government. Oh, you pay it. That's right. So that they lie. Oops, thank you. Been busted. You've been busted too many times. I'm not talking out my ass. Looked at the arrest records of roughly 900 people with histories of childhood maltreatment. Study found that abused and neglected children are 4.8 times more likely to be arrested before the age of 18, twice as likely to be arrested as adults, and 3.1 times more likely to be arrested for violent crimes than people who are not abused. It is tragic that people get abused. This is true. The thing is that being irresponsible about what you do with that, as in you want to go and perpetrate other crimes on other people, no, that's not the way that people deal with things. People shouldn't be, and plus when you go to jail, again, once we're talking about the same mentality. Ooh, I got charged with something. Ooh, I was abused. I'm not saying that those people aren't abused. What I am saying is motive. Like Lisa. Gillian Peterson and James Disnelli, criminologist, professors, and co-founders of the Violence Project. Oh, Violence Project. From their website. What's the Violence Project? Who pays for that, I wonder? Violence. Oh, mass shooting data. Violence Project. About Us. Who are the partners? Donate. Okay, About Us. Well, you can buy a book from them. Reducing violence through research. Okay, our research is funded by the National Institute of Justice. National Institute of Justice has a nice sounding name. Looks like .gov. I'll read through that. Hamline University. Blah, blah, blah. Donate. Our book. Okay, so that's their living. What we do, make a living. News. Okay, now moving along. James Disnelli, a professor of criminal justice at Metropolitan State University, and Gillian Peterson, a psychologist and criminology professor at Hamline University, have studied every public mass shooting in the United States history since 1966. You know how many mass shootings there were? Like lots of shootings. Do you know what the murder rate in Canada was? Way back when? The number would surprise you. The Wild Wild West. Didn't happen. Oh, it's because they've got bigger guns. No, because all of these things, funnily enough, seemed to happen back then. People were beating kids badly. That happened. People were diddling kids. That was happening. Not, I think, to the proliferation that we have today. The media wasn't traumatizing people. The government wasn't traumatizing people. People weren't making excuses and being irresponsible assholes and lying. There was a lot of accountability back then. It was a funny time. Funny time. The shootings they study. Oh, they've got another link here. No, they link back to, is this the same study? 71 pages. Same study. Again, they're just linking it twice. Have at least 4 fatalities that occurred in close geographical proximities. Some of the victims must have been murdered in public spaces. The pair has identified 4 commonalities, the pair, in lives of mass shooters. Psychology, sociology. Opportunity, including access to guns, radicalization, a noticeable crisis point before the shooting, and a history of childhood mistreatment. Again, mass shootings. Go back to mass shootings. shootings. Back in the old days, murders by guns. Well, lots of guns around. Do you know that in high schools and stuff like that, they used to train people? Kids had shooting ranges at schools. Did you know that? I went to a school that had a shooting range in it, in the basement, because it was common. Most people had weapons. After access to guns, childhood abuse and neglect was most common, occurring in 92% of cases. Again, I would say look at traumatizing the world. Quote, we're talking about perpetrators whose parents have committed various serious crimes that they themselves have witnessed. We're talking about parental suicide, horrific child abuse and neglect, and irresponsibility. Disnelli said, sometimes it goes back 2 or 3 generations. Anybody in here abused? Anybody ever been abused? My junior high had a shooting range. There you go. See? Anybody who's been abused, which there are tons of people, and the threshold of abuse has lessened over the years. So the number of people that are abused, and I'm putting that in quotation marks because the definition of abuse has changed, has gone drastically up. No, doesn't work. They don't go on to do math. It doesn't fit. It's not like these explosions. Population expands, lots of different things. You have lots of factors. And you also have somebody who is in trouble and wanting to get out of jail faster. I was abused, or not go to jail at all, right? Motive. Sometimes it goes back 2 or 3 generations. Okay, so here we go with another one. Let's have a boo at that. Oh wait, we're gonna have to watch the commercial. Loading ad.
Nothing will stop it. Never.
I'll tell you what'll stop it. I'll just put you out of the scene. How's that? I can't do it too much because then it'll... April 19th. Oh, did you notice that? Did you notice that in the ad? That was nice. April 19th. Okay, thanks. Thanks for that. Foodland or whatever.
Our book, The Violence, opening chapter of our book, The Violence Project, which comes out later this year, we called Monsters. And the reason for that is because I think there has been a tendency to put labels on these individuals as monsters, as terrorists, as evil, as a way of kind of explaining away the behavior. It doesn't actually explain the behavior, it explains it away. So we can sort of say, well, that's evil people do evil things, and monsters do monstrous things, and terrorists, they commit terrorist attacks. And instead, I think we had to take a step back and say, well, that's true, but these individuals, they have families, they are growing up in our communities, they are our fellow peers at school, and they are our colleagues at work. And so if we understand them in that way, maybe we can actually prevent this violence from occurring, as opposed to just reacting to it. Because you can run, hide, and fight with monsters, but we really want to prevent this from happening, and that's a different equation, I think.
Okay. Oh no, more stuff. No, I don't want your stuff. Go away. Whatever that is. Label. I think there's a lot of labels floating around all the time. Labels kind of blow. I like responsibility and honesty. Wortman's, I could label the RCMP white shirt trash as something. Oops, I just did. Wortman appears to share at least 3 of the 4 commonalities identify a typical pathway to violence for mass shooters: access to guns, a noticeable crisis point, and a history of childhood mistreatment or maltreatment. What is the noticeable crisis point? Was that the COVID? I thought this was this pre-planned, or was it snap? We've gone all over the map on this one. Yeah, don't think they've got this one quite figured out. While it was, and of course, no trials, no inquiries, no evidence, nothing, except the word of liars. Ouch. While it was well known that Wortman had access to an arsenal of illegally, well known, I haven't seen anything. Have you? I've heard some things. I've seen some claims. Haven't proven shit to me, actually. An arsenal of illegally obtained guns that he reached a crisis point in the early days of the COVID. Of course. There's been a lot of public discussion about the details of his family's violent past. Now, all of these could be, in fact, true. I just am simply saying, prove it. And the people that are trying to say it are liars. That's a problem. Wortman's family violence. The gunman's uncles, Glenn and Neil Wortman, agreed to share some of the details with Global News. Okay, we've got Glenn, who has dementia. And Neil, I don't know a ton about Neil. Is Neil the RCMP uncle? One of the RCMP uncles? Alan? No, it's Chris and Alan. What does he do exactly, Neil? Be good to find out who and what Neil's about. I suggest perhaps looking into him. Maybe those of you who have already could share in the comments. Agreed to share some of these details with Global News. Neil is 77, is that what it said? Glenn and Neil said that they were abused by their father, Stanley Wortman, and Stanley was also abused by his own father. Do you know that so it said they were abused by Stanley Wortman. Oh, yeah, well, where's Paul? I don't know. You could interview Paul. Well, that's right. He's on the lam after 4 lawyers and a $50 razor case. And Stanley also abused by their own father. You could also go, how about this? You could go and interview the 2 RCMP uncles, Chris and Alan. I noticed a lot of crickets. They alleged the cycle of abuse continued. Oh, what the hell's going on now? They allege, okay, I like that. That's good to build in there. The cycle of abuse continued with their brother Paul, who is the gunman's father. They allege. They don't really know. Uh-oh. There has been a history of the Wortman family from my grandfather, who was brutal to my father, who was brutal to Paul, who was brutal to Gabriel. Neil said, each generation seemed to get worse. Well, that is horrible, I will say, if that's so. Looks can be deceiving. Definitely looks violent, but I mean, it's just a picture. Who knows? Doris Wortman, Neil Wortman, and Stanley Wortman, 1944. Oh, they got it off the Facebook. Wonder if Glenn's Facebook is updated these days. Glenn Wortman. Glenn's photos. Let's see again. Whatever, I don't even know. Let's see here. See all photos. We've got the bear. One comment. Oh, everybody's disappearing off his page now, it looks like. Jeff Samuelson, how you doing? You know, the one that never sees them? There's Jeff, the cousin down in the States. I guess Jeff is kind of close with Glenn. What was the comment that they said about the trip? Jacques. Oh, here's Robin. Oh, yeah, her Facebook went poof. Oh, she's back again. Oh, there she is. This is Jeff's girlfriend, wife. Got Brenda on here sometimes. Brenda and Jeff know each other. They all know each other. It's kind of cool how that works. Robin, you could have had this. You could have seen this had you come a few days earlier. Wow. Where was the other one? Glennie. Did Brenda go off the page now? Maybe she did. I don't know. Oh, there she is. How's it going, Brenda? Hot tubs. Hot tubs. Hey, Blinks. How's it going? I don't know. You know, Glennie, knowing Brenda, knowing Jeff, they're all going on vacations together. They talk about vacations sometimes. Anyway, doesn't seem to be any photo here of the 1942. I guess they have super access to his page. Moving along. Glenn is now living with dementia. Neil has power of attorney. Okay, so I guess he's of sane mind, and told Global News that Glenn's condition doesn't affect his ability to function, that his long-term memory is excellent. Did you ever listen to the interview with him? It's quite interesting to listen to. I like the clips in it. You can hear it. Global News has spoken to Glenn 6 times. Where's the televised interviews? Notice those? 6 times. Wow. During the course of this investigation, I wonder how many times they've spoken to power of attorney Neil, who's of sane mind, because he had to give over power of attorney, right? Because he can't function his affairs day to day. And he lives in a care home with dementia. Okay, moving along. During the course of this investigation, and his description of his memories were consistent with one of the conversations, from one conversation to the next. Global News has also attempted to verify what he said with other sources. Oh, sources. Where's Brenda in this story? Is she disappeared now? Because Brenda's story is tied to Glenn's story. One of Glenn's earliest memories is from a trip he and his brother Paul took with their dad when they were young boys. Okay, and they've got the link here. Did I put the link in? I'm going to put it in again if I didn't. Sorry. And did we get this archived? Wonderful. with no time, no way to tell if it's been updated. Anyway, collision course. They were on a ferry that used to run between New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island. Glenn was about 3.5 years old, and Paul was around 5. So dementia Glenn at 3.5 is going to have very good memory. They were standing on the outer deck of the ferry when Stanley picked them up by the ankles and dangled them over the railing. Glenn said, "Take with it what you will. I'm skeptical. Quote, I can remember looking down at that water. It was blue-green. I knew it was deep. I couldn't swim." Well, you're pretty swimming at 3.5. I couldn't swim. Well, most 3.5-year-olds can't, I don't think. I was kicking like mad. I don't know how that asshole ever held on to me. I kept thinking, why isn't someone coming to help? And then very sullen looking, poorly dressed. Glennie off the Brenda and Robin and Jeff page. Oh yeah, there were some other good things if you look at those photos. License photo, I don't know, yeah, let's have a look at that one more time, actually. It's pretty cool, I find. Glenn's. Yeah. Want to look at this photo closely? You like the signature down here? You like that? It's cut out. How about one of the other photos here he's got of himself? How about this one? Because that's not cropped or anything. I don't know, maybe he had a bad girlfriend. I'm not sure what he's holding here, but you take a picture and probably 2/3 of the picture is the house. Because that makes sense. Huh? Oh my. Now Brenda kind of went poof. I think she's in the hot tub. Who knows who she's in the hot tub with? Maybe that'll come out. Neil and Glenn, who also lived down there. Hot tubs. Also recalled a time when Neil was 12 years old and Stanley attacked him. He beat him so viciously their mother, Doris, ran across the street to get help from their neighbor, who called police. Stanley had to appear before a judge, Neil said. He was forced to see a psychiatrist. Great. I'm sure that we're going to see the paperwork here momentarily for the court records. Maybe they're non-existent anymore. I don't know. Who recalled it? Neil and Glenn. So I guess they're just... Where's the direct quotes? Here we go. Here's Neil. Quote, the judge said to him, if you ever come back in front of me again, bring a suitcase. My father never hit me again. But he turned at that point from physical torture to mental torture. A lot of these things can be checked still. There we go, friendly fire. Glenn said their mother was also beaten. Quote, he used to punch her and knock her down on the floor. I was a little boy. He said, quote, I remember in the kitchen, he knocked her down in front of Paul and I, said Glenn. Dementia, in nursing home. Power of attorney. Excellent long-term memory. Can remember when he's 3.5. Neil remembers these beatings too. Quote, my mother defended us from a brute, a real tyrant, who would beat us, and she would step in between, so he would beat her instead. So who's getting hit? Oh, nobody's getting hit now. He switched to the wife, right? Here we go. Okay, well, anybody who's getting beaten, horrible. Glenn. Question. This is a good question. If his father was such a tyrant and beat him so badly, why does he have photos of him on his Facebook? Sounds like he didn't get along well with him. I didn't get along too well with my father. I don't do social media and shit like that, and I'm not a big photo person. But I tell you, I don't have too many photos of my dad. Anyway, moving along. Glenn and his mother were out drinking one night and came home to find Stanley angry. But after 2 decades of abuse, Glenn said he couldn't take it anymore. So I guess this is the mental abuse that Dementia Glenn is talking about. Maybe that's how he got dementia. I know I'm being totally cynical and an asshole, but like, honestly, this stuff needs to be proven. And your sources are bad. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen and went upstairs. Quote, I thought, you old bastard, Glenn said. And they were screaming at each other in his bedroom. He had his own bedroom. She wouldn't sleep with him. He was a pig. What year was this again? What was it called then again? Do you remember marriages back then? Sometimes that actually occurred. People had rooms separately. Maybe he snored. You know, like Gabe had to take the couch so he could give Lisa the bed because he abused her. Sorry? He was so controlling, he took the couch. You know what? I'm going to take that couch. Oh, okay, I'll take the bed. He got up and started screaming, get out of my room. And so I ran over to him and stuck the knife in his chest. Hospital records? Hospital records. Glenn didn't kill Stanley, but he wishes he did. Photo of Glenn. Glenn. Neil said Glenn was charged with attempted murder, and those charges were later reduced to wounding with intent. Eventually, he said, Glenn was found guilty, sentenced to 2 years in prison. Aha! Now we know why he went to jail. Do you think he has any animosity here? Went and stabbed his dad? I'm going to have to reread this article because, frankly, it's just a bit, it's doing a few things in my head. What was the reason again he stabbed him? Because the mom? Glenn and his mother went out drinking, so he was drunk, and he came home to find Stanley angry. But after 2 years of abuse, he couldn't take it anymore. So he's out drinking with his mom, and his dad is angry when he comes home drunk. So he decides to stab him. And then he says he's abused. Court systems, I guess, probably weren't taking abuse very seriously then, which is very serious, but should be records of a lot of this stuff. Neil said, and other witnesses, Neil said Glenn was charged with attempted murder. Those charges were later reduced to wounding with intent. Eventually, he said Glenn was found guilty and sentenced to 2 years in prison, but released after serving 9 months. That's at Spring Hill? What year? What did it say? 1960s? No, it didn't say a year. Court cases. FOIA. Access to information. Transcripts. Oh, those are probably gone. Witnesses that were called in the case. Presiding judge, who would probably be obviously deceased by now. Lawyer. Crown. Anything? Same year, Stanley beat Neil so badly, the police were called in. Neil's uncle gave him a gun. He slept with it every night. So now we have Neil, who's in possession of a firearm illegally, with a brother who was charged with attempted murder and now has dementia. My uncle Arnold gave me as a gift when I was 22 years old a .22 rifle. Okay, well, this is probably par for the course. They didn't need anything back then. And I had 1 shell. I used to lie in bed and think I really should shoot that man, but I never had the courage. He slept with it every night, a rifle in his bed. Okay. He's in Boy Scouts. Okay. Stanley suffered from a heart condition in his final years and died in his bed in the summer of '77. Young Gabriel was downstairs playing Monopoly with one of his cousins when Stanley died. Cousin. Who's the cousin? Glenn and Neil stopped by the house on their way to the beach, and the kids told them that Stanley hadn't gotten up that day. Is this the police cousin? I think that may actually be somebody. May not be the uncle. Quote, I went up, I looked at his body and thought, thank God, he's finally gone, Neil said. Took a very long time for that feeling that he left in our house to dissipate. It was there for years. You go in there and you'd get a chill. I don't know, possibly, I'll just put that out there. Again, I'm not excusing or anything, and yes, I do have a biased perspective, and yes, I'm very cynical about this whole story. But do you think that there may be some animosity floating around in this family? I don't know. Glenn goes to jail for attempting to murder his father. You think he comes out of jail and he's like, yeah, I love you, Dad. Maybe he's a bit angry. Remember, Glenn took care of Gabe. Glenn lived with Tom. Looks like Tom abused Gabe. Do you think Glenn may have abused Gabe? Do you think Glenn may have something to hide? Prison records. Where are his records? Glenn's records. Do you think that was the only charge he got? Abuse continued. Glenn and Neil said the abuse in their family didn't end with Stanley. Search warrant application prepared by the RCMP claimed that Gabriel was severely abused as a young boy. Oh, okay, here we go. There were 2 boys, as I remember. Do you remember? There were 2 boys. Only one was named. Who was the second boy? May have been blackmailing Tom and Glenn. Another uncle told Wortman he had a difficult upbringing. Who's the uncle? Told police. Ah, okay, right. This is going to be in the ITOs. Neil and Glenn also had concerns. Glenn said Paul and his wife Evelyn were unfit parents. Horrific if true. More promoing of 13 hours. Music and stuff. Although neither of them saw swimmers and weather girls ever saw Paul physically abuse their son, they said he was emotionally and psychologically abusive. What concerns does Neil have here? Oh, Glenn is saying, right, okay, so we can probably delete Neil from that sentence. Glenn also had concerns. Glenn said Paul and his wife Evelyn were unfit parents. Glenn. Although neither of them, so they didn't ever see any abuse, but now it's psychological. Because of not getting hung over railings at 3.5, knowing that he couldn't swim with his excellent memory and dementia. Neil also said he witnessed Paul and Evelyn neglecting their son. Oh, now Evelyn's getting thrown under the bus too. I'm going to check something here. I have a task I'm going to have to do a little later. On my list now. Gabriel was sitting in a chair watching television with his winter clothes on. Neil said, when he breathed, you could see his breath in the air. Paul refused to turn on the heat. Sorry? So if Gabriel is sitting in a chair, let's just logically look at this sentence. I like logic. So if Gabriel's sitting in a chair watching television, and I guess they had a television because wanted to abuse him. Let him watch television. He was wearing his winter clothes. Now, would it not go to say that Paul would be rather cold in this story too? Was he sitting there in his winter clothes also? Maybe it was a puffy blue. Yes, I'm going to turn off the heat and freeze my child in the house. But guess what? I'll just magically be warm in my house because there's like a bubble of warm around me. And the child over there is in the bubble of cold and has to wear a jacket. Doesn't make sense. Both of them are cold, if that's so. No? Oh, it's got school photos. Neil and Paul do not have a good relationship and haven't talked in decades. Much of what Neil knows about his nephew, early life, comes from stories he's heard from Glenn. And Neil seems to have animosity towards Paul. This sounds like a whole bunch of cruelty isn't rational. I believe that, but I believe emotion does some fucked up things, but maybe he was, a masochist. Maybe he liked freezing himself. I don't know. Glenn told Neil about another incident when Paul wanted his son to stop carrying around his blankie. Glenn, dementia Glenn. He made Gabriel sit and watch while he burned his blanket, Neil said. This does things to little boys. My dad got rid of my blankie too. I distinctly remember. He's like, you don't need this anymore. I'm like, no, I want the blanket. No. I'm like, okay, I guess no more blankets. I think most people have blankets. Blankies, stuffies, whatever. I'm missing all these good comments here. Regardless of Wortman's family history, duty had to protect 23. Exactly. I mean, I'm engaging even in a debate in this, which is silly. Just trying to rip apart an article that shouldn't even be written because it should be written about the 23 and about what happened. 1819. The events that transpired. The abuse between father and son allegedly continued into adulthood. Court documents say Wortman was investigated by police for threatening to kill his parents, and that he assaulted Paul on a trip to Cuba. Where are these court documents? Global furnished them? Has the court system furnished them to the families? To the best of my knowledge, the answer on that one is no. Perhaps their lawyer has. I don't know. Definitely Global seems to. They've read it. They don't share it. Keeping the heat off would have made him more abusive too. Defying basic logic. Am I saying that people can't be shitty? People are shitty. People also have brains. They don't freeze themselves. And the Cuba thing sometimes is Dominican. His common law partner told police that after assault, Paul said, quote, "I was a bastard to my wife, I was a bastard to my son, and you need to leave Gabriel." Oh. Okay. October 2010. Global News has tried to reach out to Paul and Evelyn for an interview by sending letters to their home. A letter was also hand-delivered, but Evelyn refused to take it, saying, "I'm not accepting it, just go away." Sending a letter. So you know where they live. Paul, who of course spoke to CBC right away, never published the article, of course. Any mention of interview with CBC, never mentioned it. They could go to his house. Remember when I used to say they could interview Glenn? And then suddenly they find that they've interviewed Glenn, and now he has dementia? There's something very wrong here. Neither Paul nor Evelyn responded to the letters. I wonder if the RCMP sent letters that morning to Paul and Evelyn and said to them, "Listen, you know, you're under threat." Or did they send a car with officers to their door? Glenn and Neil said they don't have their contact details. So Glenn and Neil don't speak to Paul or Evelyn. This is a very contorted, sounds like a lot of animosity in this family. And I think usually there's stuff underneath it. House deals and abuse, possibly perpetrated by other people. Global News has talked to family members and friends to gain insight into what Paul and Evelyn's home life was like when Gabriel was young. Excellent. Let's see. We can tell you what they said about his upbringing, but Paul and Evelyn have not responded to these allegations, and there's no way of verifying what we were told. And so why did you write it? Who's the people that you spoke to? Family members and friends. Excellent. Hopefully they're going to ID it. I have a sneaking suspicion. I really do. They're going to ID who the family and friends are so that anybody could go and talk to them, right? Or they're just going to tell you we can't verify any details, because I think that's what I'm reading. No way to verify what we were told. So basically, that paragraph can go in the garbage. Paul did speak to the Toronto Sun. Oh, and now he spoke to Toronto Sun too. So he spoke to Frank, he spoke to Toronto Sun, and he spoke to CBC. 4 days after the killing spree, he told the newspaper he felt pain and sadness about the shootings, and he was seeing a psychiatrist. He also contemplated suicide. I'm not aware of this. Are you aware of this? When did he speak to the Toronto Sun? When did the Toronto Sun write an article about this? I don't recall that. Do you? If you do, please let me know. He told the newspaper he felt pain and sadness about the shootings and that he was seeing a psychiatrist. He also contemplated suicide. Cycle of violence. Why some abused and neglected children commit violence and others don't is unclear. I would say absolutely. There is a correlation. Cycle of violence. Life history of 43 death row inmates. Are any of these 43 appealing? I just like to understand, what are people's motivations for why they say what they do? Because there's always a motive. There's always an agenda for why people do what they do. Almost always. A 2007 paper of 43 deathmates by researchers of University of Massachusetts Boston found severe forms of childhood abuse were endemic among a group of 37 death row inmates. But I thought it was 43. That's 6 out. The life histories of 43 men on death row were examined in a qualitative analysis, multiple intermediary factors, and cycle of violence. I don't know, I guess they lost 6, or maybe they just found the article and linked it. They didn't remember the number here and just put something in. All of the prisoners experienced some form of childhood neglect. Around roughly 95% were physically abused. No, I can't find 95%. Roughly. Okay. Could do a percent. 90% were verbally abused. There was a chart there. I'll have a look at it. Verbally abused, 80% of witnessed violence as children. I'm not even disputing that violence begets violence. This is a no-brainer. But that doesn't answer what happened on 18 and 19. Does not answer what transpired that resulted in the death of 23 people. Does it? It doesn't. Doesn't talk about the RCMP's actions, inactions, mistakes. Doesn't talk about anything about what the RCMP knew prior. This has spun the story off, and see, I even falling into it, and it's a dangerous trap. You don't go there. You just keep asking the same question. What about 1819? What about prior to 1819 and RCMP? What do they know? Who is Lisa? Etc. The questions that are important. Yes, motives. This is why people say funny things. I'm not discounting that obviously some of these people have been severely abused. But some haven't, and some are just looking to get out of jail or not die, and they're not facing up to the responsibility. Sounds kind of like RCMP. You lie. You tell things when you're in trouble. Right? Some people do this one too. And if it was all Wortman being abused, this could be wrapped up like that, couldn't it? No, not at all. Don't need any massive campaign here. I could watch this ad here.
When I
Oh, they're not going to give us an ad. Awesome.
When I worked doing death penalty work, and so it was basically working with people, who had committed a crime heinous enough in the US that they were facing the death penalty. And I kind of developed a saying in that office, which was the worse the crime, the worse the story. And it was always true, right? Like if the more horrific the crime, you will always find the more horrific the story. And so I think when we only start looking at age 30, a lot of times we miss kind of the most critical part of the story about how people get to the point of acting like that. Because it doesn't come from nowhere. We know that. And so if we're willing to ask, where does that come from? I think we uncover some really horrific answers, but I think we also get some explanation, and we can also think about prevention.
The more horrific the crime, the more horrific the story. Can also be looked at as the more you need to lie. I'm not saying that everybody's lying, but what is I had a flashback of a little clip from a video I watched a long time ago, and they just inserted it as a joke, and it was talking about, it was this little boy, and it was just an audio clip, and clearly his mom had caught him doing something he shouldn't have been doing on the computer, and his pants were down. So the mom walked in the room. It was just a recording of it, right? And mom walked in the room, and he's like, "Oh, mom, there was a virus on the computer, and my pants fell down. I was trying to deal with the virus on the computer, and my pants came down." You know, it becomes suddenly gargantuan. Kind of like maybe, just maybe, what happened on the 18th and 19th. Kind of like maybe what this lady's talking about. Maybe. What was her name again? Oh, now I'm going to get an ad.
I worked doing death penalty work, and so it was basically working with people who had committed a crime heinous enough in the US that they were facing the death penalty.
Maybe they'll identify her in the article. The worse the crime, the worse the story. I don't know who said it. Just a random clip of somebody saying something. But perhaps that person will have a direct quotation in this article. None of the people here are credited by name. I find that curious. While the researchers found childhood abuse alone isn't enough to make someone violent, they said arguably most crucial single factor of all factors to future aggression. I've heard a lot of things. Psychology is a pretty interesting subject. I thought it was maybe that serial killers torturing pets and things. I wonder if Gabe had pets. Oh, yeah, he loved the bear. Quote, among the many tragic consequences of child abuse, perhaps none is more sobering than one consequential, the increased risk that the abused child will at some point turn its pain and suffering against others. Did you want to have kids? I'm having also flashbacks of that article from that lady. Hello. Hello, dear. You're missing. I'm being extremely cynical on this global article, which perhaps is problematic. I don't know. But it's just this article. I find what is getting. You had some points about the global stuff. Do you mind sharing what those were? You found some problems? A study published by researchers at McGill University showed childhood abuse and neglect alters the expression of DNA. Their work studied the brains of suicide victims a year after they died. Oh my. We've really gone off into Never Land now. We're talking about brains from dead people and a study. Shouldn't we be still focused on what did the RCMP do or not do? And who are the players in this story that are guilty of crimes? And who exactly was Mr. Wortman to the RCMP? Perhaps, I don't know. People with known histories of childhood maltreatment have distinctive markers on their DNA when compared to no history of abuse. Psychological effects of childhood trauma. Let's see, maybe this one's got a name.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm hoping for the name of this person. Let's see.
You look at the brain scans of children who have been maltreated by their caregivers. Their brains are smaller. Their ventricles are more enlarged, which means that it has like their prefrontal cortex, the decision-making part of their brain is implicated. Their brains are threat sensitized. So when we see a threat, our limbic system, so the older part of your brain, we sometimes call the reptile brain, reacts. So the amygdala fires up, and then your prefrontal cortex, which is your wizard brain, the thinking part of your brain, interrupts that and says, hey, hold on, maybe this isn't as stressful as we think it is. But when you've lived in that kind of context, your brain is now set in overdrive. It's hypersensitive to cues of abuse because that's what keeps you alive, right? Where you can notice within a nanosecond that your caregiver is in a bad mood. And so their limbic system becomes overreactive. The issue then again is that when things are ambiguous, we don't want their brain to always be overreacting, and it does. That overreaction then needs to be dealt with. And the way it's dealt with is a downregulation in time of this stress response system. And then the downregulation, again, is meant to be adaptive, but that also has implications. It has implications for things like inflammation, which is linked to cancers and other health disease, brain-based diseases. It has implications for how they're going to deal with a future stressor. They're either going to overreact to that future stressor or underreact to that future stressor. So it really messes them up. And then it sets them on a trajectory where their reality is not the average reality, but it's a reality that is based on survival. And how sad is that, just to hear all of this evidence?
I'd love to know what that person's name is. Isn't that the fourth person that has no name now in this article that they have, quote, video interviews with? What are these people's names? Could you ask them a question? Yeah. Yeah, it's like the wizard brain. I think there's a lot of wizardry going on. Oh my. I need a wizard to give me a microphone. Their research provided biological evidence of what clinical researchers have observed for decades. Abused and neglected children are far more likely to commit violent acts of self-harm, attempt suicide, or die by suicide than people who are not mistreated. No, I would concur. I mean, I'm not disputing, but I don't understand how this is relevant. I don't understand how this is relevant to the RCMP's role. Where has the feminine component gone? Now we've gotten into brain and wizard brains and dementia people. What's going down here? And just like some of you have pointed out, it's the science women. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. You're right, Blinks. My apologies. I don't know what I was thinking there. Craziness. What does this have to do again with the price of tea in China? I'm really not sure. Stock photo. I like some of these. Tracing some of these people is really interesting, but now we don't even have names, so we can't trace them. Okay. Fair. I guess that's important. Not important. And that's important for understanding mass shootings too, because many of the killers, the Violence Project's database, were suicidal leading up to or during their attacks. Funded by the Department of Justice in the United States. No bias there. Quote, they kind of decided it doesn't matter anymore, Peterson said. This is their final act. Abuse and public health. Oh, did COVID? The Adverse Childhood Experiences, ACE. You see this familiar stuff again? We got PRO and what was it yesterday? CAB or something. Earlier today it was CAB, I think. Now we're into ACE. Published by research in 1998, 17,000. Well, that's a fairly good baseline. Sample size. 14 pages. I'll link that. Anybody want to have a read? Of course, people don't. You see, and this is the thing. They just assume that people will believe anything that they say. Hey, you know what? Link that takeout menu. Nobody will know. You read through some of these things, they don't say what they're saying at all. I'm not saying that this is the case or not the case in this case. Who knows? I'd have to read through it, but childhood abuse and health risks and behaviors and disease. Oh, is this the genetic stuff? Oh, no. Well, if they've been hit in the head, there's going to be problems. More than 17,000 per participants in a range of age groups. The youngest participants in the survey were 19, and half of the respondents were over the age of 60. They answered a series of questions to calculate the number of adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, they were exposed to as kids. Love to see the questions. Adverse childhood experiences. You have to turn off that TV and do homework. Did you have to do that? Yes. Fuck. This included physical, sexual, and emotional abuse, witnessing violence at home, living with someone with mental illness or addiction, and losing a parent to death or divorce or incarceration. Obviously, some of this stuff is like, can you even get rid of this one? Why are people being, why is that even being put in there? That's just tragic circumstance or divinity, whatever it be looked at. Power, what is it? Acts of God. Acts of God, they call it in law. And what are they defining? Definitions. I mean, this is all very tricky stuff. The findings were compared to the participants' medical histories. Nearly 2/3 of the participants reported that at least one adverse childhood experience. What is the adverse experiences? Where was that again? I'm going to have to look that up. Or maybe you just want to put that in there. Do a search, adverse childhood experiences, on that study. Did I link it? Put it in there. What is considered an adverse childhood experience? Find definitions. Okay, they don't even want it. Definition. Risk factor, exclusion of analysis, assess possible exclusions, result, adverse childhood exposures. 17 questions include 7 categories. Childhood exposure range from 3% of respondents' mother, stepmother having been threatened with or hurt by a gun or knife. 23 having lived with a problem drinker or alcoholic. Okay, so that's one. Somebody in the household drank. Prevalent, these categories, exposure to substance abuse. Categories of, you see, anyway, I'm not going to rip it all apart right now. It's not, I've already been streaming 4.5 hours. Goodness, you guys have staying power. Like, okay, so a mental being, that's an adverse childhood experience? How can you control whether there's somebody in the family who has mental illness? And everybody these days has mental illness. Like, what the fuck, man? Plus, there's tons of alcoholics running around. I don't know. You went back and did this study 200 years ago, it'd be the same. This is we're really, splitting hairs and make work projects and anyway. Oh, sorry. Yeah, DMV. Like, isn't that important? How about DMV? How about Carpenter? Isn't that important? The findings were compared to the participants' medical histories. Nearly 2/3 of the participants reported at least one adverse childhood experience. Roughly 10% were reported 3, 12% reported 4 or more. Study found people likely with 4 or more ACEs were 4.6 times more likely to experience long periods of depression, 7.4 times more likely to become alcoholics. Alcoholism is generally genetic. 10 times more likely to use intravenous drugs, 12 times more likely to attempt suicide. Well, we know Wortman didn't use intravenous drugs. He did seem to like to drink. Didn't seem to attempt suicide, even that day. My goodness. Okay. Oh, Injustice Collector. There we go. That's a good one. 2017 paper by, keep throwing out papers and saying that this is very important stuff. Doesn't do anything to answer families. Doesn't do shit. Total fucking garden path. 2017 paper by British researchers analyzed ACE studies from around the world, including Canada. People with 4 or more ACE were found to be 7.5 times more likely to be the victims of violence and 8 times more likely to perpetrate violence. Center for Disease Control. Oh, God. Right now, they're estimated. I'm not even going to touch this one. All I can say on that one is sewer. Testing sewage. Let's test sewage and build models. Eliminating childhood mistreatment could prevent tens of millions of people from developing coronary disease and obesity and depression. What? You've gone from DNA, obesity, you're all over the map. Have you answered anything about, and you've used Glenn as a witness, and then unidentified people. It affects virtually all aspects of their functioning, said Tracy Valacourt, child psychologist and Canadian research chair in the Children's Mental Health and Violence Prevention. It is her job. It affects their relationships because their first prototype attachment and that prototype is destroyed by an adult who should know better and do better. Shouldn't we? Garden path. Yeah. Not quite as great as last night. We're going to eliminate childhood mistreatment. Yeah. There's always going to be people that are mistreated. Doesn't mean that you grow up to be a violent person. That's just a moral compass. You either got a problem or you don't. Good people have problems. Like good households have problems. Right? Prevention versus intervention. Many experts say the existing body research shows how it is possible to identify people who need help and offer them support in order to prevent violent crimes. We can start to think about universal screening for trauma in schools or in doctors' offices, Densley said. Densley, that's this fellow over here. Is Densley in here? There he is. Densley. Wonder if he gets to write a book. Oh, book. Maybe he'd get to make sales about his universal screening. Would he get anything out of that? Maybe. Densley and Patterson also want to see changes to school curriculum so kids are taught about social and emotional learning, such as how to be empathetic and talking about mental health alongside math and reading. Oh, no. Oh, here's another one. Wager. Do you think there's a name? Do you think there's a name? Hit 1 if you think there's a name. Hit 2 if you think there's going to be no name. Yes, very true. I don't think the goal here. Yeah. Whoa. Excellent point. Excellent point. How about the kids that were mistreated? How about that? That is such an amazing point. Wow. Brings it right back to reality. Boom. Boom. Wicked point, Blue Nose. Okay, I got 1, 2. All right. Well, I guess, I don't know. Nobody's paying attention. Loading ad. Oh, good.
I'm not a hero, but I walk beside one. A brave woman.
They just run with shit. Of course, because they get paid. Your taxpayer dollars. 2. Okay, there we go. Okay, so there, two people think that there's going to be no name. I think there's going to be no name. Preventing mass shootings by improving education.
Prevention happening at 3 levels. So there's kind of things that we can do personally. There's things that our institutions can do. And then there's things that as a society we have.
I smell a lot of
A
mockingbird.
lot of times we get trapped thinking we have to change policy. We have to have legislatures doing it when really there are things that we as individuals and that say our schools can do. So if we think about intervening at early childhood trauma, we can talk about at the individual level. We know, for example, that strong, healthy relationships with adults in people's lives can really help them. Even one kind of pro-social relationship can walk someone through trauma in a way that you have very different outcomes. So things like mentoring, right? Like reaching out in schools and doctors' offices, things like universal trauma screening and being able to hook people up with resources as early as possible. We also talk about things like social emotional learning in school, particularly for young boys who have been through traumatic experiences. How do we address?
Sorry, no more. Can't. Just can't. I think, funnily enough, at least what I'm told from, again, the limited base of victims, families that I speak to, they find that this is emotionally, every single one of them, funnily enough, that I have spoken to has said, this is dealing with trauma. Justice, finding answers is dealing with trauma. Snow jobs don't help with trauma. No name. They said this will reduce stigma around mental health issues, especially for boys and men, and make it easier to spot crisis before it's too late. I personally, I don't want to be. I went through some experiences. I went through some rough experiences in my life. Many of them, funnily enough, it chose, very much chose, and it made me who I was. It didn't make me a serial killer, didn't make me a wife beater, made me very cognizant of usually other people's shitty actions, made me very, very apparent to me. You don't act a certain way. But I like having at least a little bit of skin. I don't want to be a piece of tissue paper and fall apart in the wind when somebody blows on me, says something and hurts my feelings. Boo. Let's make everybody emasculate every single person in this world. A lot more of times you don't get treatment for many, many years because it's scary and they don't know what's happening, Peterson said. You talk to your friends. There's friends here. We all talk to one another. Oh, what happened here? There we go. Yes. Yes. Do you know how I became aware of this article? A family member texted to me. And they're pissed. They're not happy. Good job, Global. Keep swimming and doing weather and really hurting people. Nova Scotia has a specialized domestic violence court which takes care of trauma-informed approach when working with abusers and their family. This is all setting it up for the inquiry, which is 100% based around feminine violence. Life coaches. Mockingbird. Offenders must take responsibility for their actions to be eligible. I just like this sentence. I'd like some offenders in this story. This will be the takeaway sentence. Is it? No. That. That is the takeaway sentence. Must take responsibility. There are people in this story that must take responsibility for their actions. Huh? That's what it all boils down to. I think on that note, I'm going to discontinue this article. It is a snow job. It is garbage. Sorry about Weather Girl and Swimming Boy doing his things. Provide me documents. Come and ask families how they feel. Rally to their sides for support. Yes. Let's see if I can. It doesn't dox the person, so I'll read a little portion of it. Did you see the fucking article Global put out? How ending child abuse, ellipsis, I'm just going through some other things, and improving mental health care could prevent mass shooting. I like how it starts. Did you see the fucking Global article? I wonder if I've got a few more here. So I wonder. Yes, I can. Tara asked me to do a question. There is a picture. I don't want to. Maybe what I'll do is I'll throw it out in the Discord and get thoughts on it first before I do that. Is that okay, Tara? Just in case, because I don't want to do something. Global could have saved some trees. My eyes. Simply printing actions have consequences. Yeah, take responsibility. I'm going to, let's see here. If you give me a moment, I'm going to see about fixing something. Let's see here. I'm just going to make something quick up here. I don't know why it's displaying like that, though. Trashy stuff. Maybe it's because of the size I have it scaled on or something. Oh, yes. There. I make a little meme for Global. What are your thoughts whilst I'm doing this? Oh, come on. What happened here? Okay, here we go. Something like that. I think that would work. Well, that was probably 2 hours of my life that I could get back. And I'll probably read their shitty studies just to destroy their article, but maybe I will, maybe I won't. Anyway, I do hope that Mockingbird. Todd's in here, right? Todd's in here. Mockingbird, maybe? Tara's in here. Mockingbird? Anybody Mockingbird on this one? Do take good care. Please try and get out to the... Try. At all. I just beg of you. I beg of you. Please, please, do whatever you can. Come to Bible Hill on the 18th. 6 days. 6 days. 1 o'clock. Foodland. Parking lot. Be there for all of these people. Be there for yourself too. Because this is about you as well. But it's most certainly about them. And we can do what we can to help these people. We have to. We have to. 1 p.m. Yep. Do what you can. I'm going to throw the link out there. Okay? They need help. They need you. And we can do something to help with all kinds of things here, which is really, really vital. Share, share, share. Share it around with your friends. Oh, what's going on here? I just want to close all these. Okay, here we go. Share. Share. Copy. Okay, here's the group on the Facebook. And the event. Where are we at now? 307. Got 2 more on here. Right on. Let's get those numbers up there. 239 interested. Come on over from the interested party into the going category. Let's get this on here. And if you, how do you do this? Share thing? I don't know. I don't even know how to share this. Oh, okay, here you do. This like this. Okay. If you don't know, don't do the Facebook. That's fine. 1 p.m. Foodland. Bible Hill. Sunday the 18th. You can do it. We can do this. We don't need balls like that. That's just a bunch of snow. Shiny things, and it's actually pretty sick. Perpetrate mental illness on other people. Stop it. Homemade fries supreme. God damn it. Everybody's eating good food. Good food. I'd like some good food. I think I got a pizza actually in the fridge. I'm going to heat up. Hang out with my dog. Maybe read some shitty studies. All right. Take good care, everybody. God bless you all. God bless the people in the Discord. God bless Canada. God bless the families. We'll talk soon.